one thing I will not ever do, ever, this is my pledge. I will never lie to you. 100K subscriber celebration stream. At 100K subscribers, I would consider strongly doing another 24-hour show. 24-hour stream when? Soon, actually.
You're hilarious for the fact that you were dumb enough to do a 24-hour stream. So
I still got to do my other one. You hit 200,000 subs, almost 300,000. Still no 24-hour stream from hitting 100,000. What the hell, Nicky boy? Nick's New Year's resolution should be to actually give us that damn 24-hour stream. When the heck do we get our 24-hour stream? We've been waiting over a year. I've been trying to do the 24-hour stream for like a year now. I'm 99% going to be doing a 24-hour stream on Friday. Here's my 24-hour stream. It's coming soon. Yes, you're just here to remind me of the 24-hour stream, I promise. Believe me, that stream is always on my mind. Yes, a 24-hour stream is actually still on the menu. I'm going for 5,000 supporters on locals. When we get there, I don't know what yet, but we're going to do something really, really special. Bogey 34, anything ever happened to those first 5K on locals? Yeah, it's coming still. I haven't done it yet. These things take time. Guys, here's the thing about the 5,000 local subscriber special. One, it would be a stupid idea for me to lie about it. Richard O-Team says, let's move on. How about that 5K locals gift? It's always coming, just like me. He says, wait a minute, you bastard. What happened to the exclusive locals gift we were all supposed to get? I know you are big busy, but are we ever getting our locals gift? Yes. I wanted to give you a gift. And I will. I will do it. I will give you the gift. But you could do a new whiskey, but can't do the locals 5K gift. Guys, I'm trying to do the locals 5K gift. 911 says, where's that member's gift nose? Dude. Everything got fucked. Well, he's on the cocaine, right? It's a performance-enhancing drug for some lawyers. Don't do cocaine. How much to do cocaine shirtless on a live stream? Well, I don't do cocaine, buddy, so that will not ever happen. Unfortunately, I certainly cannot live stream a felony because I would lose my law license. So much urine. So much urine. That's what you have to learn. Tell everybody that you're sorry. For what? What am I sorry for? They don't know what I'm supposed to be sorry for. I don't know what I'm supposed to be sorry for. Have to advise strongly against doing cocaine. Don't use cocaine. I have never done cocaine and do not intend to. I do not. Do not take cocaine. You cannot do drugs here at home. You got kids, man. You can't fucking do that.
Following items were found in the master bedroom. Positive for cocaine. Positive for cocaine. Positive, tested positive. Total amount of cocaine was 26.67 grams. All of the children except the one child tested negative. The one child did test positive for cocaine. Over 5,000. And what's the cutoff? 500.
I'll do all sorts of stupid shit. I'll never lie to you.
Get the permission from her to share the text messages.
It was written on her boyfriend's middle finger, you dumb bitch. Like,
well, answer the question. Answer the question.
Probably,
when did you get the permission?
We talked about it for months and months and months. You
and
talked
then
to her
you hadn't talked to her
October.
since January or March at a traffic stop. Did you get
I
the
did.
permission?
How do I talk to her at a traffic stop?
That's what I'm asking.
40 fucking
So
you're mixing up
stories. So if you hadn't talked to her in months, then do you still have the permission to show the
She might be retarded.
Hello.
Nervous about what?
When do you get the permission to show her text
I don't know. Maybe for months and months and months while he was dragging her name through the mud online.
You got her permission to show her text messages on a large screen back in when? November?
Oh my God. Yeah, that story, she told me
it's a weird thing.
before. She told me that story before November, you retard. That being said, we were planning on telling that story from the moment she told it. Well, April and I were going to go to Hackamania together, when we were still like in communication. The plan was to show up and just like tell stories and make everybody laugh at Aaron. But then she decided that she needed to get away from the past. It was very traumatic for all of us. And, so she just cut everything off. I don't know if she'll ever come back or not. I don't know anything about what like state of mind she's in or anything. That being said, we were planning on telling that story from the moment she told it.
Until she has a new boyfriend, maybe you might want to get new permission to.
No, I don't give a shit at all about getting new permission.
Okay, so you don't have
getting
permission.
Wait, so
What
he owns April? The new boyfriend owns April?
You just keep saying, what about? Like, why can't you just answer a question?
Whataboutism. When you don't have a good answer and change the subject by pointing fingers at someone or something else.
I think you all do that to me. It's been 1, 2, 3,
No,
4, 5 on
not
1
at all.
for about an hour, and I'm saying
You're red and
was
angry.
it January at the traffic stop, and that's how you knew somehow that her boyfriend didn't
March
like.
at the traffic stop, you dumb bitch. You can't follow basic
When did you get the permission?
facts.
When did you
You're
get the
the
permission?
stupidest
When did you
person
get the
ever.
permission? When did you get the permission?
When
did you get the permission?
Dennis, and ask them
When did you get the permission?
She's too dumb that even like she can't talk.
Look how right you are. Would you?
Yeah, I'm red. I'm mad
Yeah,
at
right.
you.
Going to
Yeah,
ad hominem.
I
You're
just
red and
was
angry.
January.
She's too dumb that even like she can't talk.
Show the
She's like you're
text
retarded. Going
Yeah,
to ad
what
hominem.
Why is that such a hard question to answer?
No one needs the answer. The
Why-
question
why
is
not?
stupid because the
I
question's
need the
dumb.
answer.
You're just
When
so dumb
did
you
you
don't
get
realize
the?
it.
When did you get the
Yes.
permission? When did you get the permission?
I talked to this woman
When?
every single day.
He said from
From
when the first time she
September.
told him. The first
Yeah.
time she told him, he said that they had
January.
planned to tell her
So
to hack
don't you
Mania. He
think
got her
things
permission.
may have changed since from whenever?
Who's the
No.
onus on? Is it on April?
No,
or
I
is it
don't
on
think
him?
it's. I don't think it's
I'm
changed
just
at
asking
all. She decided that she needed to get away from the past. When was the last time you talked to her, Keanu? When was it?
When was the last
October
time you
27th.
did?
When was it? October 27th, right? How would I
October.
know
I just
this?
wanna
What-
know- I
what
just wanna know
magic would I
when
know
you
about
got
your
the permission.
conversation, you fucking idiot?
I
God, how do you not understand this?
You-
Like, I know
do
when you're
you?
lying.
Do you? Okay, I talk to her
Huh.
every day for a period
To
of time
her
too.
No, you
In my,
didn't.
from my perspective, yes, I did. She was. How would you know? Oh, I think you're angry because you're just confused. Maybe she wasn't telling you she was talking to me.
She told me every day she talked to you, you moron. I have the text messages. What date was it?
Back
Just
and look.
pick up your phone, type in April. This isn't hard.
We
I
made
mean,
Carl go
I
down to the bear.
have extensive text and phone calls from her. What
What's
would
the
you
last
like to
one?
know?
That's it. What's the last one? It's the easiest question on earth. What is it? What's the
The
last
last
one? What's the
phone
date?
call or the last text
Both.
message? I'm sorry. There's a lot. There's a lot of them.
The bottom one.
It's the bottom one, the last one.
January.
More the merrier.
Really? Here's the difference. You have text messages from April as our relationship was fraying and falling apart. Yeah, they're gonna make me.
You have a wife, weirdo. What are you talking about? All right. You would fight with your wife about her all the time, and it would make April feel like shit. You would have April come over, and when she would leave the house, have sex with her, and then send her back next door. Do I need to say more? Are we
Sounds
done
awesome.
here?
Are you done?
Does your
No,
wife
the
know
answer
that
is
you were going to
no.
leave her for April? Is that what you told her?
I told this story earlier today.
This is good.
Oh,
It's
did
great.
you?
Yes. I told April I would never leave my wife for her. And when I thought that Kayla was going to divorce me and I was massively
Then
depressed.
you were going to be with April.
Yes. Why is this confusing to you? Yes,
She's
as my
trying
marriage
to
was.
say that, like, he keeps saying that he's going to leave his wife, he's going to leave Kayla, and
No.
you know,
Jesus
that's
Christ.
what she said. That's what she said. Here's what she said. You want to hear it?
Hey,
No,
dummy, this
not
is your
really.
conscience. And
I'm
yes,
2
you
minutes
are a
past
cunt.
my heart
Want to
out.
hear it?
You're the dumbest cunt ever.
She's
and doing
talking
this
about
to your
you
friend is
and Kayla right
horrifying.
now. I've
Please.
been emotionally abused by both of them. He did acknowledge it weeks ago and apologized and cried.
When did you
And
get permission
said
to
he
share
only
that,
did it
Katie?
because he was hoping to get through this as us three. And he felt her going away and he didn't know what to do at the time. Now he realizes he doesn't know what he has and he was trying to save it because he didn't know how to save it with her. So there you go. You're an obvious abuser through text messages that April sent me. I just read to you.
If I'm an obvious abuser,
like
why didn't anybody know until your brilliant revelation? Like, Jesus Christ.
I bet you're fucking, I don't know.
Bet I'm fucking what? Like, or who? Like, just spit
Nothing.
it out.
Maybe there aren't public people that don't want to talk about it. I'm calling.
And what's crazy is that you hurt her more than just about anybody else.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me because I have some. Okay, I can't read the texts about you.
Okay, I can't read the texts about you.
So are you shocked by the fact that she said that you were emotionally horribly abusive?
She told me what she told you. I know it's in the text messages, you retard. I talked to her for months afterwards. We were in a sexual and very romantic relationship for a long time. How are you this stupid?
Isn't that exciting? Okay, we're gonna do it. Whee! 1, 2, and bing, 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 bing.
Keanu Thompson. Keanu!
The host, a stand-up comic, is wearing glittery devil horns.
One is just so untoward.
That's hard to do. I'm going to create the energy with my dancing. Harry. Oh.
Love it. Can't get enough. We can't, Michaeline. Look.
Just waiting for this vodka to kick in.
Hello, everyone. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Can you feel me? This is a very exciting episode of Keanu Live. I am so excited and elated to bring in our guest. I will bring him in just a minute. But you can see me and hear me and feel me. Yes, you can. Hi, everyone. Welcome. What's wrong with my microphone? Is my audio off? I don't think so. Well, I don't know. Well, how? That's never. Audio is clipping. Audio is clipping and crackling and static. Okay. I'll fix it, lest you worry. How's that? Any better? Crackling? Still? Is it a StreamYard issue? Who's texting me? Crunchy static. Okay. Well, there was StreamYard issues today. Clipping, no better. Okay, hang on, everyone. Better or worse? Better or worse? How's that now, Eugene?
It's weird. How's Will bringing Will?
Audio is crackling, huh? It might be a StreamYard issue. Well, because it never does this.
Is Will in?
What do you mean? Gabe. Yeah. How do you sound, Gabe? Hey, Gabe. Hi. I sound weird, right?
You totally do.
How
do I sound?
Give me a second. I will fix it. I don't know why this is. What could this be? Because it never happens to me like this. We just did a sound check. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Keanu Live. It'll be fine. How in the fuck? Yeah. What in the world? Why would mine be like this? Hello. Don't worry, everyone. It'll be fine.
It will be.
Bing, bing, bing. Let me listen now.
I've never seen this before.
Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Gabe is clear. Yeah. We just tested this. Listen, this is what you get around here for every once in a while. We just tested the sound.
Yeah.
Eugene did this to me.
I did nothing.
You did. What could it be?
Do I have a different chord real fast?
A different chord? La 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 la. Let me look at it. Pause. Think of it. Let's see. Listening. Dun 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 dun. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. I'll figure it out. Don't worry. I won't let you have a terrible stream here. Dun 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 dun. La la la. La la. Just pause.
Try unplugging and replugging the mic.
How could that be the thing? Yeah, just trip over it, Gino.
That's it.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me look into it. I'll play you. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna look into it, and I'll be right back. All right. Hello. Can you guys hear me now? Is that any better at all? Anything? Better or worse? Better or worse? Better? Much better? Much better.
Yes.
Jesus.
Fucking wild.
Okay.
Fuck yeah.
All right. I'm going to be honest with you. I almost just, if that didn't work, I might have been hanging from my shower rod. My God. Hello, everyone. I feel like a fucking IT guy, for Christ's sake. I apologize, everyone. That never, you already dusted me. That never happens. It never happened. Okay, perfect. Jesus fucking Christ. Do you want to know what happened to me? And I'm just going to let you in on this, okay? Thank you. A shot. I would love one.
Right now, get out of your way.
Yes, thank you. And then before I bring Gabe in, yes, patient Gabe. Patient Saint Gabe. Okay. Much better. The fucking StreamYard today, I'm like, this might be the most important interview of my entire career, right? StreamYard's like, we're not going to do it today. We're just going to be like, fuck you, Keanu, and to everyone in the world. So that comes back. I tested the microphone. Gabe and I had a sound test. And then all of a sudden, that's what happens. So we're going to rewind. Hello, everyone. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Can you feel me? It's me, Keanu C. Thompson. And we're going to have a very, very, very exciting episode tonight. I do apologize for the technical difficulties. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're bringing Gabe in right now. And I believe I'm on Kick too. Yes. Okay, good. That's good. I started a Kick channel, but Kiki Bucks are in order. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I'm gonna do something radical. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna give you each and every one of you here, 1 trillion Kiki Bucks for all of you. And 85,000 Kiki coins. Okay.
Wow.
Does that make it better? Does that make it a little bit better? This will make you laugh. It'll be fine. We're gonna have fun tonight. We're going to get into all things Rekieta. Investigative journalist Gabe Hoffman is coming on. I'm going to bring him in just a moment. We're going to have fun. I want to remind you, subscribe if you're not subscribed, become a member if you're not a member. We're going to have just such a ball, okay? I cannot thank this man enough. You know him, you love him. We're going to get into everything Rekieta and everything internet and everything, with the whole debacle that is, all of the polycule goings on and everything. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, you know him. He is the documentarian, the producer of the documentary An Open Secret, Gabe Hoffman, ladies and gentlemen. Hello.
Hey, Keanu, how are you?
I am well. Well, I wasn't well. I don't know. We just did a sound check. I don't know how that happened. I do apologize.
I know we've already lost. I mean, you're late and gay and you're cringe.
It's just so cringe. I know.
Like, I thought I was going to have to do a whole pre-apology and be like, listen, I'm not a pro streamer. I got a lot of information here. I might have to look down and look at my notes and blah, blah, blah. And then you screwed up the whole thing for me.
How the hell? Gabe! I'm just teasing. Oh my God. No, I was, honestly, I have no idea. We just did a sound check. I swear to God, we were chatting backstage, cool in our heels. I don't know how that happened. So I do apologize. But the reason that we're all here is you, Gabe. And I want to get to know you a little bit in case people don't know you. But I assume the reason everyone here is because they do know you and are familiar with your work. But first question I have for you is, what brought you into this world, sort of? What striked your interest with the Rekieta sort of Imholt thing and made you go something's not right there. Let me investigate.
Oh, I mean, look, I was never a Nick Rekieta A-log. I really didn't care much about him. Look, I would see some clips on the clip channel for Kino Casino and listen to him sometimes or other. And I mean, I knew about the major stuff, like the Baldo and the swinging and the cocaine and the kid testing positive and just all the stuff people knew. But I wasn't really into it or thinking it was interesting that much. And it was just random. One day about a week and a half ago, I just happened to be on Twitter for, 10, 15 minutes. I saw something. It was related to the body cam footage. Josh Moon posted something. It was only 5 minutes old. And I just thought, oh, well, this might be a little news. People might like to see it. So that's it. I posted one tweet. And then I started hearing some things, and people that I felt might be credible started coming to me. And I thought, well, you know what? Look, he's not important enough for a mainstream full-time journalist to ever be looking into these things. But, I did hear of some things that I thought they could potentially be credible. I didn't know if they were. I wrote, the tweet that I wrote just saying, look, I'm going to be investigating these things. I didn't say anything more. And then,
well, if you know Nick, yes, he's the keyboard warrior that, I mean, he responds to every tweet. He's already been in our dear chat today. So I'm sure he's loving this. Hi, Nick. Hi, hello.
Yeah, it was a really mature and professional, response there for sure. But this is a little side quest. I've looked into him for a week and a half. I'm done with that at that point. I'm not going on other people's shows. I'm not talking about Nick Rekieta again. After tonight, it's kind of over. But one thing I'd like to just make a little bit clear, if I might have just a little opening statement.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's not under my control what people tell me or don't tell me or what the facts are or what they aren't. I just ask you to judge me on what ends up getting presented, whether it's credible or not, whether you think I've conveyed that it's been vetted and cross-checked and referenced, in a credible fashion. I do think that we need to understand a little bit of the backstory. We need to understand a little bit of the people that surround him to understand Rekieta itself and the direct allegations that I'll, eventually convey and that we'll get into.
Yeah.
We're not going to look, I'm not throwing shade, but we're not going to be the Keanu Casino. We're not going to spend 20 minutes going over a single clip.
This is the Kiki Casino.
Well, yeah, if there's a 3-minute clip that you've seen here or there, look, we'll get through it in 5 or 6 minutes.
Right.
And, so and for a lot of people who haven't, then it'll be informative. So ready to go when you are.
Okay. So, well, a couple other things. So in case people don't know, and I'm sure that they do, though, this is your job. Like, how did you get into this profession of investigative journalism?
Well, I'm an investment manager. That's been my job for over 20 years. But
you just do the fun, like, snooping on the side.
Right. So in about 2012, a good friend that I went to college with, undergrad at NYU, Matt Valentinas, and we were just keeping up on things and talking. And it was right around the time that Corey Feldman and Corey Haim had their reality TV show, The Two Coreys. And we were talking about documentaries. Blackfish had just come out on CNN that exposed kind of all those crazy things that went on with the SeaWorld, Assault in the Ring, with some boxing stuff on HBO. And just came to the conclusion, like, hey, documentaries could do some good in the world if they're done right and they're on the right subject. And he pitched me the idea. He became an entertainment lawyer. And he pitched me the idea, like, hey, there's never been a documentary done on child sex abuse. And so I said to myself, like, look, I'm not a documentary guy. I'm not whatever. And I wasn't convinced there was anything real. And he didn't have any, like, specific knowledge. But what he did sell me on is to have the research done. So we contracted with a film company, Amy Berg. She had just done a really groundbreaking documentary. She got nominated for an Oscar. She was one of the finalists for doing something on the Catholic Church. And so we hired them. We wrote a check. We hired private investigators. We did all that. It took them a few months. And then the research came back to me. It was a couple binders full. It was crazy stuff. And I said, all right, we'll make the documentary. We made it. When it came out, we released it free online. It went viral. We ended the career of the most powerful pedophile that anybody's ever ended of in Hollywood, Bryan Singer, some other people. You can still watch it for free on Vimeo. And so that was kind of my entry into that. It was just, a charitable side quest to kind of do some good.
And you did, my God, because that would have just kept on like happening, I think, right? I mean, Jesus. So you're what you're doing is a good thing. And so then you decide, so you've only been looking into Rekieta for a week and a half, you say.
Right. So just to finish that a little bit, we really started the whole genre of documentaries about, CSA in Hollywood. Like, there weren't any before us. We walked so the other people could run. Look, when we were at Cannes Film Festival, I had the, head of acquisitions from Netflix and his girlfriend were, we gave him a private screening. And at the end of it, like, she's bawling and everything, crying. And I'm thinking, oh, we got this thing sold. But they didn't know that that people would actually want to watch it for real. The networks weren't convinced there would be a real market for it. Even though we got great critical reviews from New York Times and Rotten Tomatoes and all the mainstream, it was glowing, but then they wouldn't pick it up for any amount of money. And so when we put it out for free, we got 5 million people saw it in the first couple of weeks. It made headlines all over the world. I was on TV all over the world. His career's over in a couple of weeks. He's never worked in Hollywood again, Bryan Singer. And then the networks realized, okay, there is a market for this. People will watch it. And so that's why you saw the one about, for example, the Michael Jackson one got made, and the other documentaries got made. We walked so they could run, and that's cool.
That's true. Yeah. Well, you're doing the Lord's work. My God, good for you. I wanted to say also, Gabe. We have a few chats in here. We'll answer. What did we talk about? We'll do. If you have
we got to tell them the rules. We got to tell them the rules.
The rules are this. We'll get to $20 or more. We'll get to it immediately. If you have a question for Gabe, he has no holds bar. He will answer any question, but you got to do $20 or more if you want us to answer it immediately. Okay.
You got to pay the lady. I want to see you make money. I want to see you have a successful show. That's all there is to it. I don't get any of it.
You have a good sense of humor. That's what I like about you. We've been chatting on the phone. I was gonna get to this too. It's so funny. I got your email after that. I showed the clip of that ridiculous stream that I ended up on in the pre-roll before my technical issues. But I almost ignored your email because I was like, this can't be real. I think it took me a while to get back to you. I'm like, this isn't this person really, right? I wanted to ask, like, did you think like, okay, let me throw this gal a bone, or were you like, no, I think this will be like an interesting conversation? Because you could have just gone on and exposed your findings on any other show, but tell me why you wanted to hang out with me.
Well, I don't know. I just thought that I saw your confrontation with Rekieta, and I just thought like, hey, a lot of people got great content out of it, and it wasn't on your show. You didn't get paid for it, so. I just thought karma, it would be kind of nice that you should get your shine a little bit. But I also looked at the format. I just thought it would fit what we were doing. And look, I don't know if anything good or interesting will come out for other people, but if it does, they can clip it and they can do their thing too.
It's going to be
I just thought it would kind of fit. We'll see what happens. We'll see how good you are at pulling up some of these clips there.
Don't you worry. I have them all pulled up for the most part. Don't you worry.
I gotta correct. I do have to make one correction though. Because of my prior work with an open secret, I wrote a tweet before, and I said that there wasn't anything sexual in nature that I was looking into with my investigation. But in the course of my investigation, I did get somebody I spoke with. I didn't ask for it. If something comes of it, I'll make the proper responses to any kind of law enforcement or anything like that. But I did get, and I deleted it right away. I didn't give it to anybody, but I did get, I was sent a video clip and a couple pictures that I didn't ask for or anything like that.
People, are you making a joke? People were sexting you, like
no, no, they concern the Nick Rekieta investigation.
Oh boy. Okay.
And I'll never be able to really cut it out of my mind. It's just terrible. But
that's
but it was, I don't know why they filmed this. It's just terrible. It's sick. Not my cup of tea, but it was Nick Rekieta and Aaron Imhold involved in some sexual things.
Thank God you were making a joke.
Okay, I'm just kidding.
I'm like, Jesus Christ, is he kidding?
Okay. That's the only thing I'll joke about. Everything else will be serious, I promise.
Okay. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Lick it up, baby. Lick it up. And isn't that right? Exactly. And you know what? That's right. We were in
a sexual and very romantic relationship for a long time.
He's not talking about April there. He's talking about Aaron. So.
And we should give one shout out to that Third World Aristocrat on YouTube. I think that was in your pre-roll. There's a lot of good stuff on there just with, Rekieta and all that. He puts a lot of good stuff together, and it's informative and it's entertaining. So
thank you, Third World Aristocrat. I basically did a whole stream where I went over that entire video, and I cannot thank you enough. Chef's kiss. Perfect representation of what went on there. So thank you, Third World Aristocrat, with that.
Just a basic outline. What's come public in the last week and a half as a result of the investigation already. I do think it's important. They were important things, and it's a contribution to the public discourse that we'll get into. But I think even before I get into specific Nick Rekieta things that are more serious, that these were worth going over. And that's the redo of Healer stuff. I think that's terrible. That's very serious. People didn't really know about it. I basically saw something on Kiwi Farms that was, there's a lot of Nick Rekieta information on there. I went through it.
I heard it's 9,000 pages now, right?
But I saw this thing, and you don't know if people are gossiping or it's real or not, but I reached out to Alyssa Clips. I said, is this real or not? She ran something through transcripts she had. I asked for the compilation. She put it together in chronological order, and then I went through it and thought, okay, that was very real. Something I came across, which will be very important, is the whole Sophie Long, matter, which was really early Nick Rekieta before he became who he was. I think you're going to get a great insight.
When you were telling me about that, I had no clue about that. Yeah.
So I think you're going to chat's going to get a really good insight into who Nick Rekieta really is before, there was a lot of the visible sort of degeneracy that we saw online.
Right.
And, we'll get into the serious stuff too. And we'll also talk about some of the orbiters, because I think who you surround yourself with and who you interact with is really important. It does show who you are.
Very true. Very true. These are Nick Rekieta's friends, for instance.
Bitch.
She might be retarded.
You retard.
She's too dumb to talk to you.
You retard. You dumb bitch.
She's dumb.
Pinky, jump off a cliff.
You are so wrong. I could show
you think no.
Incapable of taking
whatever.
You're the dumbest cunt ever.
Yeah.
And the other thing, I told you this offline, but I'll just say, look, your chat is going to do what they're going to do. You're going to, whatever your policies are, they are what they are. Don't change nothing for me. I understand that if you get 1,000 people together on the internet, there's going to be a few that want to throw me in the oven. And if that makes them feel good, that makes them feel good. People can chat whatever they want. They just got to pay the lady to get the question answered.
If you make one, you say something to my friend Gabe, I'll give you all a Kiki tax. All of you will get a Kiki tax. You say one untoward thing to my dearest friend Gabe here, you're gonna get a Kiki tax, and you're not gonna like it. And I'll give it to you now. There you
How dare you?
But you'll get. That's their punishment.
So you were asking how I got into this.
Well, let me read the rules.
How I learned about this. But read what you got to read. Business first.
These are the rules. Okay, we have a couple $20 ones, so let's read them. Gabe will answer any question he doesn't mind. We'll get to the $20 ones first. Then they'll be priority, and then we'll get into that. So let's see that, and then we'll get to the rest of them later. How about that? How's that sound, Gabe?
Yeah, go for it.
It's Permaseal Finishing. Thank you for the $19.99. I found my way here from LawYube and the Pope of Law Tube, Nikki Rackets. What a piece of shit, and the slow is no better. That's right. There you go. Thank you for the $19.99. We have a Cerebral Parasite. Thank you for the $20. Hi, Nick. We know you're watching. He is. I'm sure he's probably been watching since it went, fucking live, even before he was in the chat. So hello, Nicholas. Why don't you go pay attention to your wife and kids? That might be nice for once. They're like, where's Dad? He's no worries. He is not there. So Iran, huh? Conch. Thank you for the $20. Iran, huh? Any idea what that means? I have no idea. But thank you.
One thing about sorry.
What's that? Go ahead.
One thing about Rekieta, real quick. Look, he's got three choices. The first choice would be the smart choice, which is just don't give a shit about what people say about you on the internet, and just if you're watching, just turn it off and go fix your life. The second choice is if you really do care about what people say about you on the internet, then be a real man, act like a real content creator, and turn it off now, and then fire it up, do a live stream, and actually do a live react and show people your live reactions to the whole thing, like a real content creator would, like an Ethan Klein, H3H3, or like other, big, smart, funny people will. I don't recommend it, but that's what he could do. The third choice is one I hope he doesn't take, which is to do like this little sort of
More whippets. I'm just kidding.
well, but to do the little back and forth, to do like the passive aggressive, snipes at people to try to guess to who talked to me and who said what to me, which I'm not going to say. You might guess them wrong anyway. You're just going to look like an idiot. So just, he'll do what he's going to do. I just wanted to get that off my chest.
The thing is, I just think, like, what does he think he's doing? What does he think he's accomplishing? And who does he think he's changing the minds of? All night long on Twitter, just fucking typing away. I don't understand it. And the reason he got so, it took what, Gabe? You saw that clip, all of 2 minutes when I just showed him himself in the mirror on that stream. He kept coming back for more, and he fucking got red in the face and fucking angry. It also brings to mind, imagine if it took him 2 minutes to talk to me like that. Imagine what he talks to his family like, right?
I don't know if you could start bringing up some of the tweets about like his responses to me. But just it's like, dude, what are you in 3rd grade? Like, this is like he's tweeting like sexual stuff about me, and it's like I haven't even said anything about you yet. I don't know if you can pull a couple of those up, but they're just like, it's like this is like 3rd grade. Like, what are you in 3rd grade? But as we're gonna know, these are the last remaining people that he surrounds himself with.
Yep. So I just don't see how like Nick Rekieta freak out this morning, blah blah blah. So we'll get to this in just 1 second. Let's read a couple of these since we're a little behind. Let's go to the tweet first, just the way he responds to you. Cerebral parasite. Gabe, did he really and meh girl outside and Arby's in 1998? That doesn't even seem like something we should have up on the screen. I can't imagine.
Not that I know of, but
Jesus Christ. Do you know anything about that's not true? That can't be true. No. Jesus Christ.
He would have been like 13 years old or 14 years old.
Oh my God, these people. Permaseal Finishing, thank you for the 1999. 5 young children, loving wife, career, generational wealth. What could go wrong? Yeah. He was in a sexual and very loving relationship. That's what happened. There you go. 1999. We'll get to it now here. Gabe, can you stand up, walk around the room, and trot? Also, please give your hair a little tug. Oh, and I'm gonna need to see that bulge too. Thanks. Look,
there is something really funny. I'll say about that is look, I'm 5'7". It is what it is. They measured me for my driver's license. But sometimes what'll happen is when I was on the Kino Casino election stream, there's somebody who saw me like walk across the room and they're like, oh my God, the guy must be like only 4 feet tall. And the reason they thought that is, look, I've been fortunate and blessed, and I live in a house with like really high ceilings. They're 14 feet on the 2nd floor. So it was a wide shot. And so I only took up like less than half of the back shot to the ceiling. And so they're like, oh my God, it's like, and the guy doing it, it's like some guy who like lives in a trailer somewhere is like saying that. And he's never seen a place with high ceilings. So it's just funny.
Nick Rekieta's responding to him right now, probably. Yeah. That's the kind you're just like, yeah, okay. It was just a weird angle. Also, no one cares. I'm 5'6". My husband is 5'8", I think. As long as you're just like a touch tall, 8.5. He says,
you're still taller than you.
If you're taller than me, if you're a touch taller than me, even the same height, no woman cares. It's not about that. My gosh. Okay, we'll get to the rest of the orange ones later. But you brought up, we want to look at these tweets. What would you like to bring up first? Tell me.
Yeah, bring up his response tweets to me.
His response tweets. Initial video response. Here we go. La 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 la. All right. Bing bing bing.
Because I'm sitting there and it's like you're an attorney. Like, this is what you have to say.
What did you say?
No, go ahead, play it.
Let's see.
Tube says, what will Gabe Hoffman announce? I don't know. Maybe he's latent homosexuality. I'm not sure. Like, I don't know anything about this Gabe Hoffman guy. Apparently, he's done some investigation into me. Kind of curious what the hell he thinks he's going to find, because I don't know.
Can we just say, too, I mean, he still doesn't look well, right?
It's like, dude, you can't Google me?
Yeah. What?
Like, really?
What? And also, like, what, he's calling you gay? Hilarious. What's wrong with you, man? As if there's anything wrong with being gay. I know you're not, but it's like, he's like, I don't know what he's going to find about me. He's got a red fucking nose. Most likely, I don't know if you think this, but seems like he's maybe snorting his prescription Adderall. Probably. Yeah.
He did post that he's done that. It's like, I mean, so Adderall is something that, well, I know from my investment days, like when it first came out, is
of course.
It's a combination of several methamphetamine salts, and they put it into an extended release. So if somebody decides to crush it and snort it, it is really a way of like abusing it, because instead of, you know, getting into your system slowly, it's just like a boom. I mean, I never snorted nothing in my life, but you have to wonder, like, guy's got a nose that's like, you know, red as the devil, and you're going, you know,
what is happening? Right. And then everybody fucking called me like, well, they didn't call me nuts, but I'm like, he's doing whippets. Now it's like, it's very clear, even in that stream, he keeps leaving. His voice is 8 octaves deeper. This is why I think Nick, in my opinion, he's not, no, I don't need him to say he's sorry. I don't care about him or really his like family. I don't really know them, but he's not like, I don't think he thinks he has a problem, but it's just the government's fault. They shouldn't have come in and done this. And so yeah, I'll snort my prescription Adderall just for the thrill of it. Just take the Adderall if you're prescribed it, Nick. Like, why are you snorting it? It doesn't make fucking sense to me, but I don't know. Let's continue.
My life was kind of shredded open for the public. So who knows? Like, what? He'd come out, he's gonna be like, he did cocaine. Oh. Okay. I guess. And Molly. And he did LSD. And mushrooms.
And mushrooms.
Ketamine. Yeah, I guess. It happened. So, like, what does that matter?
I mean, dude, your nose is bright red. Like you're ghost pale, and then your nose is bright red, and we don't think anything's going on. Okay.
And does this seem like a sober person to you? I don't know. I don't listen. Everybody's experimented in life, I guess, but maybe you haven't, Gabe. Like, I don't know, but
like, you just can't come up with anything better than like gay stuff, really, dude.
Right.
I mean, you can't come up with anything better than that.
Yeah, closeted homosexual. I meant experiment with drugs, not experiment with other people. But yeah, that's his thing. He's like, I guess this closeted gay man or whatever. Meanwhile, he's just fucked up. Look at him. Look at him.
We'll see in a minute. We'll see in a minute where this might come from.
Ridiculous.
To anybody. It's very strange. Tube says, what will Gabe Hoffman announce? I don't know. Maybe he's latent homosexuality. I'm not.
Yeah. That was
so if you pull up some of his tweet responses real quick.
I will do it.
Because it's not just a throwaway comment. It's that, like, that's literally the first like 3 or 4 things he said to me was like gay stuff. And it's like, come on, man.
It's projection, probably.
Might be.
Well, did you see yeah, did you, I mean, we've talked about that as well. Like we'll pull up that clip as well, but let's see. So then he responds this. Nick Rekieta responds like this. Nice to meet you, Gabe. Do you dump money into Keanu Casino because you're retarded or because you want to fuck those guys?
Like, I mean, what? like, what are you on that's what you think you're going to type into a computer?
He
and you
has
think people
nothing
are gonna
else.
like it?
Yeah.
And all I said was just, hey, support Alyssa Clips and don't be like this guy.
Exactly. God. And what the fucking shit he said about her is unfucking believable. Right.
So if we go to there's that old clip of that Kinoshé posted that I sent to you, and I know some people have seen it, but we won't comment too much on it. We'll just kind of let it play. But for those who haven't, about the beginning of Nick Rekieta and his wife's relationship.
When
storytelling.
Yes. I have it in my email right here. Give me 1 second. La, 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 la. Yes, and I want to thank you for sending me so much material.
I don't know. I think we're going to have to do a poll at the end of the at the end of the stream. We're going to have to see who is better at this, you or Andy Worski. I think you might lose. I think you might lose to Tardsky. I'll be honest.
And that's okay. Listen, it's you sent. I did tell you send everything and anything, and bum 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 bum. Oh my gosh, where is it?
Retard alert! Retard alert! I don't have one of those triangles. I should have bought a triangle.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. It is the. Where is she? Do you remember what it was titled? Oh my gosh. It's 100 of them. And I didn't put it in my Google Doc because it was a minute ago. But basically,
You want me to
I'll
DM
find
it to you?
it. Don't worry. Yeah, DM it to me if you have
Okay.
it.
Well, one thing I'll just say is that well, you can't is that look, I mean, you live life, and I've had a couple of, I had two friends in particular that, look, they went through substance abuse issues, and it's unfortunate. It happens. And I mean, one didn't do so well, and he didn't go to like a good formal rehab. It's in your DM now, and the other did. And it's like, the what I learned from that is a second friend had some real serious alcohol issues, and like we did a full intervention for him. We surprised him. Nobody thought he'd go to rehab. He did. I helped him out with that, and look, thank God everything went fine. But go into like a real rehab when it's somebody's mind, and when somebody's mind has gotten so bent and twisted from really years of abuse, it requires a reprogramming. And that's the point of like these 30-day or 60-day inpatient rehabs, where somebody goes and they take away your phone. They're like, you can't have your phone. You could get a visit from, your wife, significant other, kids, kind of once a week for an hour or two. And it's an intensive sort of reprogramming thing. And look, even then people fail, they screw up, whatever, but just to have a chance, that's really the smart thing to do. So I don't know about Nick's situation, but from what I'm seeing, he doesn't really seem like somebody who's been through all that.
No,
he really tried to get themselves reprogrammed and healed the way that you need to have a fighting chance of getting out of all this. You see it in his rage issues. You see it when he tweets about wanting ketamine therapy. You see it in, we don't have the clip, but there's an Alyssa Clips clip where he's talking about his probation officer. And he's saying that, well, probation isn't such a big deal, that he's only got to spend a few minutes with the probation officer every few months. But then he goes into, well, he says he'd like to have a better relationship with the probation officer. Why?
You're not that he's there to check on you, weirdo. Like, that's it, and make sure you're doing the right thing. But he
starts Baldo explaining and saying, well, I'd like to have a better relationship with him because in case I screw up, then I have that relationship. So he's setting the ground for, instead of, a recovered, drug addict. I mean, you're never truly recovered, but somebody who's more out of the woods would have the attitude of like, look, drugs are bad. That stuff all messed me up, and I actually don't want to do them anymore. And what you hear from him is that like they're fun and they're cool and whatever. And it's like, okay, man, Maybe that's why you got rage and you flip out at people all the time.
I'm gonna definitely I may go over these text or messages I have from him and some from April with you in a little bit. We'll get to that later. It's just that he's still, I can tell, just he doesn't, I don't think he thinks he did or has a problem at all or had a problem. I think that it's just been from the moment, okay, so I can't do drugs anymore. Whippets don't come up on a drug test. I'll do those. I'm going to have, I'm going to teach. He admitted on that fucking stream, I taught April to do whippets and ketamine and Molly and cocaine. Like, that's what he literally said. After he told me, I mean, in paragraph after paragraph after paragraph, that Aaron was lying. Aaron was lying to them. Like, it's and that he was a monster and that Aaron was lying and that it's not a drug den and this isn't what it is and blah blah blah. I think every single other person, and I don't know Kayla, I think she's like, I just want to hang out with my fucking kids. They were taken away from me because of the weird shit we did and got into. I think he's the last one that is sitting there going, whatever. I'll still do whippets. He needs to cope somehow.
Yeah, he's looking for a cheap high to beat the system. So play the Kineshek clip.
Yes. Okay. So now we have this.
It's 4 minutes long, so we'll just kind of play it and let it be, and then we'll
absolutely. You tell me to pause when you would like us to pause. Okay. Yes. So this is from obviously a while ago.
So when Nick and I first met in college, not first met, but had been friends for a little while, but not terribly long. I had within the last 4 months or whatever, been out of a relationship that really was a poorly produced sentence, but we're going to go with it. What is even happening right now?
My queen.
Oh God. I'm cringing so badly. But look, that's Kayla, I believe. Yeah. Look at how he looks. How many years ago is this, Gabe?
It's a few years ago.
Just a few years ago. Look at him just then and look at him now. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Oh my God.
This is bad.
I do know the way. Come, brothers. Someone asked if I know the way. Sorry.
Okay, now stop it. Okay, so I had just broken up with this guy, blah, 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 blah. We'd been dating forever, best friends before that. Was not interested in any kind of relationship. I meet Nick. We're just buddies, right? So one day, like buddies do.
Best friends.
We were sitting. This is the innocent one, so relax.
What? I said
we
nothing.
Were sitting on the floor of my dorm watching my best friend's wedding with Julia Roberts. Yes, because we were cool. And anyway, so she has I'm going to get in trouble for describing this movie.
My best friend's wedding?
My best friend's wedding. She has a gay friend.
Too much soy. I'm just kidding.
But I'm going to get in trouble for this.
Why would you get... Yeah, YouTube's going to demonetize you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's going to happen.
Yep. Okay, so she had a gay friend, and I said flippantly, man, I wish I had a gay male friend so I could be like, good buddies with them and not have to worry about them hitting on me or...
Oh, wait. Is it just Minnesota? Like, who doesn't have a gay male friend? I don't know. Is everyone in Minnesota closeted gay? I don't understand. She's like never met a gay person before in her life. I don't know. It's kind of odd. But...
Blah, 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 right? So Nick says, well, I'm gay. I said, you are not gay. And he says, yes, I'm gay. And then he starts using very colorful language.
The vocal fry was a little bit much. I more said, yeah, I'm totally gay. I sounded cool when I said it.
I don't think you did.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless, he started telling me that he loved things. Yep. I'm keeping it G-rated.
G-rated.
G.
That's graded.
Yes. So anyway, so blah 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 blah. I told him, well, I'll help you come out of the closet then.
Oh my God.
So I start telling all of our friends that he's gay, and he just went with it. And he was like, yeah, I'm totally gay, blah, 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 blah. And like, it was just this ridiculous thing. And then when he met my parents several months later, I introduced him to them as Nick, my gay friend.
That was your fault.
What a meet cute, right? So either I could see him. This is maybe why he gets so angry all the time. He could be a closeted homosexual.
Look, obviously he's got a family and he likes women, but maybe he likes guys too. I don't know. Like it could just be projection. It's just weird it's weird that that's his first go-to is like gay, 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 gay.
Yeah,
and
you're
I just wonder
gay.
if there's some element of projection there. That's all.
You're like, I'm Gabe. I'm confident. I'm gay, but not gay.
Like who does that? Like you meet a girl and like you want to get with her. Who pretends to be gay for a few months? I've never heard anything like that in my life.
Somebody that's testing the waters to see what maybe somebody thinks. And then they do live in, I guess, I don't know if they always lived in Minnesota, but I don't know. What would you do, Gabe, to prove that you're not gay? Have 5 children. Look, I have 5 children. I'm not gay. I mean, or else okay. And so say he's not gay, right? Which no problem.
Well, that he likes to swing both ways, and it is what it is. But I just wonder.
Fine. Or then it was a weird trick to get her to like hang out with him.
Yeah, I've
sus.
never heard of that.
It's the weirdest thing ever, Rekieta. It's very bizarre.
We were in a sexual and very romantic relationship for a long time.
So I know that you wanted to know about my entry point into, some of these people.
Yes.
While you're pulling up the 2 Ethan Ralph things, I'll kind of speak about it a little bit.
Sure, I would love that.
So I didn't know. I never posted anything about Ethan Ralph before about August of 2022. I probably heard the name when his whole revenge, pornography thing happened, but I didn't really know about him. I never watched him. I didn't know if he streamed, where he streamed, whatever. He's some kind of streamer or other. And I had a conversation with, and Josh Moon, tells this on, there's a clip of Mad at the Internet if you want to Google it and hear him talk about it with my name, because he asked me about this and I showed him receipts and information to, answer the question. But I'd never said anything about Ethan Ralph, and he just came at me out of nowhere. He was getting his Wikipedia article deleted at the time. I guess he wasn't considered notable or important enough or whatever. And Frederick Brennan, the guy who was he was famous from the HBO documentary about QAnon and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I had been in touch with Frederick a couple years earlier because there were some crazy QAnon people that were being crazy, going after me about some things. And, we had a nice conversation. He was very helpful, answering questions.
You had a nice conversation with the QAnon people even?
Well, he's not a QAnon guy, but he knew about it.
Okay.
And he helped me just understand, some things about some of the people that were, doing crazy stuff. So sometimes, I didn't have anything else in common with Frederick Brennan, but sometimes you just continue to follow each other on Twitter. And I saw him and Ethan Ralph kind of getting in a flinging fight about the Wikipedia being deleted, because Frederick Brennan, as the original author, got a notification like, hey, this Wikipedia is going away in 2 weeks. And so I had questions about just Wikipedia in general, nothing to do with Ethan Ralph, that I just DM'd with him back and forth. Then him and Ralph were flinging some more. And at some point he tagged me just to show me, I guess he thought it was funny, how Ethan Ralph was flipping out. That's it. He just tagged me in one thing.
Yeah.
And Ralph, I guess, looked at my biography, looked at whatever, and he started going at me. And I'm just like, dude, I don't really know who you are. Just leave me alone. You don't want any of this, just whatever.
Right. Okay.
He keeps yapping at me on Twitter. So I Twitter his name real quick. I see something about a car accident that happened a few months earlier where he's getting sued. I tweet the image back at him, say, look, man, you got your own problems, leave me alone. All of a sudden, a few people that I never saw before, accounts, start like retweeting it. And I'm like, oh, I guess there must be a bunch of people that hate this guy. Whatever, I figure it's over with, right?
Okay.
Then he does his show, which I don't know about at the time. I don't know where he streams, nothing. I get a DM from somebody that says, like, that I don't follow, but my DMs are open. And they're like, yo, Ethan Ralph, like, was, going off about, okay, send me the clip, timestamp it. I look at it for 2 minutes and I'm like, this is a crazy person. This is really funny. Like, he's all wasted and he's all screaming and he's saying the most insane. He's comparing me to like Jeffrey Epstein. Like, I don't even know where that comes from. Like, no, I ended the career of pedophiles. I date women. Like, I don't really know.
Wait, I'm the exact
I don't know
opposite
what you're talking
of
about.
that.
Like, but I thought this guy is so insane. I wonder what else there is out there about him. So I type his name into YouTube, and this is August of 22, and Aquino Casino pops up.
Okay.
I watch a few of their things. I think they're funny. And a few months later, like, I send him a $20 super chat here and there. And then he starts thinking that like the Kino Casino is like, sponsored by Israel or something, or like,
How do they do his voice?
But yeah, he led me to the Kino Casino. I'd never know about him if it wasn't for Ethan Ralph.
I did his show, I canceled it twice because he asked me to come on and I like you, I'm like, I don't really know. And then people started tweeting at me. He said some like he went off on my good friend Chrissy. And then I went, I don't know if I should be doing this, but I will say about Ethan, I ended up doing it and he was nothing but respectful. But what was he going to say to me? He just did like a very just kind of vanilla sort of interview. But I did cancel on him twice because I was like, I don't know, man. What the fuck is going on with you? You walk across the border to see your kid. This is bizarre. I mean,
I think he's lost his. I think that the thing is, like, if you lose your passport or something, and then you get like a different passport that you can't like go through like in an airport like normal people, and you have a different ID that you have to.
Yes.
But that's how I found. Yeah, and not really anybody watches the show anymore, but I'm sure he's not going to have such nice things to say to you after tonight. Do you have the two Ethan Ralph short clips ready?
So I have this from this about Ethan. So this is Ethan with the 3 people from the polycule right there. If you guys want to know what Ethan Ralph is, there he is. That one, yes.
I like that. I think he should be called Rage Twig. Nick Rekieta. I really do. I like that nickname. I just think it fits. You got Ethan Ralph, the Rage Twig, and you got Nick Rekieta, the Rage Twig.
I love that, the Rage Twig. Also, I like Nick like he looks like he's like dirty or something. It's bizarre.
Hey, sores on his leg. I mean, it's
I know, some sort of sores. That's
and
Ethan
somebody told me something about the tattoo sleeve that April has. Look, I don't know about tattoos. I never got them. It's not my thing. But there are multiple people that like they zoomed in close on that tattoo sleeve that allegedly she got while they were all in the throuple thing, whatever. Allegedly, there's like 3 wolves on that tattoo on her arm. There's a big wolf that's supposed to be like the lead wolf that's supposed to be like Rekieta, and then like there's 2 little wolves that are supposed to be her and Kayla. So I don't know if that's true or not, but I just find it wild if that's the case.
It probably is.
Permanently scar your body for something so cringe like that.
Oh my god, it's so fucking cringe. So I have this. It's this, and I have not watched this yet. So it's from.
So you have the 2 video clips. Okay.
Yeah. So it's.
Did you have the tweet that goes with that first? You have the link, and then you have the.
This is what we're watching here, right? This thing. Hang on, let's see.
Right. Well, you got to click on. There's a tweet that contains it. That's from the father-in-law.
Bing, bing. And Ralph. After Rekieta, we're just taking a break. This one, that is the following the authenticated video.
Yeah, yep. Just throw that on screen.
This one? Yeah. Okay. There you go. So
the following authenticated video was smuggled across the border at great personal risk and despite all efforts to prevent it. So this was something that the father-in-law released a few months after Ethan Ralph's wife left him with their child in Mexico. He was at Dick Masterson's house. He traveled to Masterson's house, right? And as he traveled there, she left him, and he got the news that she left him. And he went on like a crazy stream that's archived up. I mean, it's like, okay, imagine you're Dick Masterson, right?
okay.
And you have Ethan Ralph, who you know is a mess, like just pilled out and, you know, drunk and drugged out. And Ethan Ralph gets like the worst news ever while he's at your house. Like, it's like, okay, we know a bomb is going to go off. Like, listen, Ethan, here's where the drug drawer is. We're going to go out for a few hours, just do your thing. And like, we don't want to be around when it goes off. Like, we don't want to be around you. We hope when we come home that you're like already passed out, so we don't have to deal with you.
All right. So this is what we're going to
he
do
writes,
here.
if the situation resembles you, I urge you to, you know, remove women. If he repeatedly yells obscenities at you, and especially within earshot of your child, repeatedly demeans and degrades you, such as making you clean up his spilled urination bottles, demands unreasonable obedience as if you were enslaved, puts his hand on your neck ever. So this is a video, this is a recording that she made while they were together. And after Ethan Ralph was talking all kinds of crazy, horrible things about the mother of his child and about his, you know, estranged wife, you know, the father-in-law decided to put this out. So I just want you to understand, when you listen to this, and I know some people have, we won't pause it. We'll react afterwards. It's 2 minutes long, but people need to understand that this is one of the few people that is still in Nick Rekieta's circle. This was one of the first interviews that Nick Rekieta gave when he came back after the cocaine, you know, stuff, when he came back after being off the internet almost a year. This is one of the first people he wanted to speak with and go live with, is Ethan Ralph, the guy who did this. So click the link and we'll just listen to it for effect.
Let's take a look. Oh boy, I'm almost terrified. Let's see.
I don't hear anything.
Oh wait, you don't. Okay, hang on. Bum bum bum. Go away. Oh wait, that's because something. I know, Eugene. We're getting to it. That. Can you hear that now?
Yep. Just we'll let it play.
Get that inappropriate, and I don't give a fuck whether you're approving or not. Clean that shit up.
Pause. So he's pause. So
I have heard this. Yeah,
so
actually. Yeah.
So he's referring to the piss bottles that, like, apparently when this pig streams, that he doesn't always just take a bathroom break like a normal person, but that he actually urinates in like some bottle and then like it spills out. Like, it's crazy.
That is the laziest fucking thing. I know men that do this. Like, people like I used to date in college, even just would just piss in a bottle of. That is the fucking lowest down, dirtiest thing. Oh,
it's
God.
but it's like, look, you take, you know, some, you take some spray cleaner, you hit 2-3 sprays on the floor, you wipe it up with a paper towel, and you throw the bottles out. It takes you 60 seconds. No, he's got to order his wife to, you know, clean it up. So
no,
anyway, play it. We'll just we won't pause from there. I just want to give you context.
Stop. $1 million? You think you're going to talk to me like this? You're not. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? You won't talk to me like this.
Oh, boy.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You're what?
Getting a towel.
You're what?
Getting a towel to clean off your desk.
You're getting what?
Towel.
I'm not gonna hurt you, but I'm telling you, you won't talk to me like this. Do you understand? Do you understand?
I understand.
I'm going to
His wife. Yeah.
and you're not gonna stop.
Ex-wife, I guess.
And if you try to stop me, I'll fucking kill you. Do you understand?
What does he think? And also, well, let me ask you a question because I remember hearing like rumblings of this. But what was this?
He tells his wife.
Yeah.
He tells his wife, "I'm going to put my hands on you, and if you try to stop me, I'm going to effing kill you."
But who's recording? Like, did he just not realize his?
Yeah,
thing?
she's got like her phone in her pocket or something. But
Okay.
say that like if she knew to record this, if she decided to record something, what does that mean?
Right.
It means she had a reason to record it because stuff happened before. Like this is an actual abuser of women where you have it on audio. You can hear, some of the sounds you hear are him like throwing stuff at her. He's getting physical with her. He's, making contact with her. You can hear that like all of a sudden she gets real nervous and she's scared and he's getting up on her. Like this is some really sick stuff. And this is Rekieta's buddy, one of them.
These are the people Rekieta. Again, these are the people Rekieta surrounds himself with.
So I don't think we have to play any more of this, but we'll play the one clip of when he asks me to fight.
Ethan Ralph or
yes, Ethan Ralph.
Let's see. Let me find it here really.
And it's contained in a tweet that was sent to you by email. So the backstory that people will see when this comes up is that just me tweeting that I'm going to have an investigation into Rekieta. I haven't said a word, nothing else. Ethan Ralph was streaming, right? And his first reaction to hearing about this, his first reaction is this. Go ahead, play it.
Here we go. Let's
pick him up off the ground and slam him. Yeah. I wonder if he'd be down for that. I doubt it. One of the haters who are out there, go tag him. Ask him if he's down.
One of the haters out
for
here.
an MMA
Go
fight.
tag him. Is that
Me versus him.
Wait, pause. You got to rewind like 10 seconds because you missed something.
Let's see.
I doubt it. One of the haters who are out there, go tag him. Ask him if he's down for an MMA fight. Me versus him. With whatever stipulation he wants. I'm pretty sure we could sell some tickets to that. At least 200 or 300. Get your fags over to the fucking casino to promote it to. Maybe we'll do some type of undercard. I'm down. I won't kill him. I promise not to kill you if I have the chance legally.
Oh my God. Really? Is that what he just fucking said? Ethan. Jesus fuck. Oh my God. And it's so fucking, to me, it's like there's something like in them that's like not, like maybe they don't feel like men somehow. All of this like
I'll save my reaction to the end of the clip.
Oh, unbelievable.
In the ring, Gabe. Thank you, local. I appreciate that. The Memphis Mauler versus the Hebrew Hobbit. I don't know. That just came to me now. I'm very confident in a victory too, by the way. I know I've taken some L's, but if I lost that fight, I'd literally kill myself.
Oh my God.
So there's your motivation, Gabe. I'd literally kill myself if I lost that.
So it's just like,
Yeah, I really
mean,
want to.
So it's just like, okay, this is like he can't, say anything about, like, he usually says like Jew stuff. He can't come up with anything. His first reaction to seeing that, he's a 40-year-old man, and it's like, I'll fight you. I mean, the guy who he got the crap knocked out of him by a girl when he went into the house in Virginia. She punched him in the mouth like 3 times. You see blood spurting out of it. He got the crap kicked out of him in Portugal by somebody because he came up on him. This guy, some girl, Grace Thorpe, challenged him to a fight on the internet. He said no. He challenged Jaden McNeil to a fight. There was supposed to be a fight. Keemstar was supposed to make a fight where they'd actually make money between Ethan Ralph and Andy Worski. He chickened out of that. It's like, it's his 3rd grade mentality. It's like, this is who he surrounds himself with. It's like, and I mean, I did answer. What's really funny about this, and I'm not an internet tough guy. Like, I don't go around,
I'm just like talking about what you freaks are doing publicly.
Well, I did answer him because it just happens that, like, my whole life growing up, I did wrestle at a pretty high level, and wrestling is the foundation of mixed martial arts.
Well, there
like,
you
I
go.
wrestled all from when I was a little kid to, like, even in college, like, whatever. Like, I started varsity as a freshman in college. Like, I won most of the time. Like, people don't, I mean, and this guy is like, he's obese. He's a drug addict. He's an alcoholic. He's like overweight. I mean, there's clips of him like falling out of his chair all wasted, like literally on stream, falling out of his chair because he's wasted. He gets up and you can see like all the dust on the back of his shirt because the pigsty he lives in is so dirty. And it's like, he's complaining that he's got radial nerve palsy in his wrist because he was wasted and he fell asleep at an airport on his arm somehow. He's complaining about like his knee being all screwed up. It's like the last person you think would be an internet tough guy challenging people to fight. It's like, dude.
No, that's the thing that they do. They all do it. Actually, I've seen it many a time. They're all like, let's box. They're like, we accepted. They're like, you don't have your boxing thing. No, I have my boxing thing. Let's meet up and box. It's fucking, it is so, I don't normally say this. It is the gayest thing I've ever seen. These internet incels challenging each other to fucking fights. I've had enough. It is so fucking stupid. And I don't mean gay in like a homosexual way. I mean it in, you're lame. This is lame. I Jesus God. And he was nothing but respectful to me, like when I did his show or whatever. But then I'm like, I don't know. There has to be something with you. You're walking across the border to see your kid. Something is amiss. Like and if you're friends with Rekieta, obviously something is happening. But that I love that about they're the first to be like, you're a short gay man, you Jew, and you're like, I'm just living my life. What? You're tweeting at me. I'm not gay. Yes, I'm Jewish, and I'm not short. Fuck you. Like, and also
like
fuck you.
Like this is the extent of your brain power, like your 80 IQ. You can't come up with anything better besides like you're gay or like, calling somebody gay or telling somebody to fight you. Like, really, dude? You can't cut a better promo. Speaking of speaking of somebody in her circle, I know that the internet's Mersh, he wanted all these people to like super chat you or something. I don't see any $20 super chat from any Mersh fans. What's the matter? Can nobody in Mersh's audience afford $20 to ask me a question that I have to answer?
Speaking of that, let's get to some super chats. Let's get caught up. 1 million Kiki bucks for everyone here right now. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, beg, shake, right?
Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, beg.
Shake.
Are there any ones with questions? Or are they all under 20?
We said we get to the $20 ones at first, and we have a pink boy, a $50 one, so we should definitely take a look at that too. I have 2. Oh, and
when you get to the little ones, I'll take a bathroom break.
Okay, yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay. 1 million Kiki bucks for everyone here. Go ahead. I'll read them if they pertain to you, then I will reread them. All right, go ahead. I'll take you out. Woo! We're having fun, ladies and gentlemen. Let's read them all. Also, all right, let's go to the $20 ones first. Hi, Nick. We know you're watching. I read that one definitely already. Thank you. Da, 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 da. We read that one. That one was terrible. 5 young children. Startup Lab. Thank you for the $49.99. 1 trillion Kiki bucks for you. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Thanks from the chat for the laughs. I'll give it to them. Wee! Thank you so much. Thank you. Jex, thank you for the $19.99. Gabe, can you stand it? We read that one as well. Chris, la 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 la. Did your investigation reveal the whereabouts of our 5K locals gift? We do have, I believe I have a clip about that. So he's going to talk about that as well. I'll reread that in a second. $20. Do you think it's possible there's sexual abuse of his children? God, I hope not. I will save that for him when he gets back. In the meantime, I'll read the littler ones. Cam I am, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you for gifting a membership. Blah, blah, blah. Alias unknown. Thank you for the $2. This is pre-recorded. Who are you talking to? Me. No, it's live. BJ, thank you for the $2. Keanu's late. At least Nick came early. Hedonism. That's very good. Very good. Ugly Dan, thank you for the $1.99. This man is melting effing candle at this point. Yes, exactly. Extremely happy simmer. Thank you for the $10. Baldo Man is gonna get felted. Let's go. Thank you for the $10. Thank you for the $10, darling. Yeah, I think I will probably end this with, I have some very interesting, I'm a little bit, do I read them? Do I not? Oh. Do I read the text? Do I not read the text? Gonna be interesting. Keanu the Killer, thank you for the $9.99. Yay! Fixed audio, it's cracking. Thank you for sticking by me while that happened. It's not my fault. StreamYard did crash today. Okay. Pray X12. God bless you on behalf of abused women and children everywhere. Thank you. That's very nice of you for the $4.99. Disconnect and come back. Thank you. He used Gino's mic. Thank you. I can't believe that fucking happened. I can't fucking believe it. Let's not keep Nick waiting. We have one from Nick, I believe, but let me just read the little ones while we're here. My balls are as blue as Nick's fingers. That's another thing. Gabe, what do you think of that? I'm reading some of the littler ones too, because we had a couple questions for you. The whippet thing, the fucking blue fingers. I just don't want to believe that he's like that's happening to him. But I don't know, maybe.
I didn't really look into that, but I know that people want us to get to the good stuff, so I'll just let you bang them out so we can get there. So we can get to Sophie Long. I think that's really important.
We shall. I know. Well, we're getting into it. We're going to get into it. Let's see. Hi, Nick. We know you're watching. Okay, so there were a couple for you that I wanted to get to because I know we said we would do them. Did your okay, here you go. This is for you. Did your investigation reveal the whereabouts of our 5K locals gift?
That's still missing in action.
Yeah, that was never going to happen, correct? So there you have it, family. There you go. $20. Do you think it's possible there's
I have no evidence of any of that.
No, I would not think that. Mama K insinuated when the kids are given drugs, it may be used to get them to. Did she insinuate that?
Well, she said that, people who do give kids drugs, it could be for that, but I have no evidence that he
In my opinion, I think that they were all fucking drug addicts and they didn't realize they were leaving their drugs around their
they could
kids. Like, it's very simple. I don't think he acts like it's not, this has to be some sort of like, this couldn't have possibly happened. Maybe you just don't know your kid well enough to know, hey, it's like, oh, I don't know. They're not paying attention to me. What's this? I see mom and dad doing it. I don't know. But few requests. Thoughts on MMA fight with Ralph? Can you get Keanu to get pod awful? Jesse Powell fruit on anything on Rekieta physically, or I dare say sexually abusing his children? No.
This guy is he's trying to get the bargain here. The MMA thing, I just said, hey, look, as far as Ralph goes, if he gets somebody to actually do it in America where it's like licensed, then I'm down. But it's been 2 weeks and he hasn't done shit. So I think that tells you all you need to know. It's important because, like, I don't live in some concrete box in Mexico like he does, so broke that he can't even afford his truck anymore. And, I actually have assets. So, like, if, I hurt him, it needs to be, like, licensed where there's actual, paperwork signed and things like that beforehand. Two people that are amateurs can, basically just sign something and then do it. But if you want to sell tickets like he does, then you have to be licensed by a licensing commission. Anyway, so that's it.
And you wouldn't do that. Tell me this, Gabe.
No, I mean, just because of my background, it's something that I would, but it's not going to happen because he's a chicken shit.
I just think it's the silliest thing. It's like, let's meet up and fight each other. Like, we're grown adults. Use your words. Yeah.
I agree, but I'm just saying that if somebody is roughly my height, and given that I have a massive background in, like, the foundation of that, then I'm going to say yes because, it's going to be easy for me.
I hear you. Oh, well, yeah, exactly. You could do it, but you probably wouldn't because you're a rational human being.
I would.
You would do it? See,
Yeah.
boys are the fucking great. I'm like, God, no, you're a rational man. You wouldn't do it.
No,
You're
I'm not going to be the one to, call, to say that, to
I
challenge somebody,
challenge
but
you
I'm
to
not going
a
to run away
boxing
from it,
match. Yeah, exactly. Well, difference is you wouldn't have to walk across the border, probably, to do it. Pod Awful is watching. Thank you for the 1999. Can we get a happy to be here from you and Gabe? Happy to be here. Let's see. Oh, thank you for the $49.99, Douglas Stewart. Pay the lady. And thanks, Gabe. You always make everything more interesting. You're definitely the last guy anyone expected to see in the sector. Aw.
Thank you, Doug.
Mike is let's see. Hey, Rekieta is a bad dude. Also, Bryan Singer made several films after you exposed him, Gabe. I think you are an opportunistic grifter. Who is Evan Henze?
Well, if I gave the film away for free, then I couldn't grift. Sorry, but no. Bryan Singer was fired in the middle of filming Bohemian Rhapsody a few weeks after my film came out, and he's never stepped on a film set again. Can't help you.
Good for you. Hell yeah. Rekieta Law. Look who it is. Game's height cope is more embarrassing than anything he will reveal. Peace. He's still here.
Thank you for the donation to the lady, Nick. Hope that makes you feel better.
Nicky boy, you know you're still here.
Maybe we should just get right into the Sophie Long stuff, and we could save any remaining super chats for after that segment.
We'll take a break for now. There are many. Thank you.
So you'll pull up the you'll start getting your Sophie Long files kind of ready.
So
while I give the background on Nick as an attorney and all that, I think it's really important to understand.
Absolutely.
So what is a lolcow, Keanu?
Somebody that people, well, I'd call
like a definition.
What would be your definition of it?
So to me, a lolcow is somebody that they're on the internet, they create content for, a lot or a living, and there are way more people who consume their content making fun of them instead of like being their fan.
Absolutely.
Like,
you could call a bunch of people on the internet that, right?
Like somebody like an Ethan Ralph or a Dark Side Phil or a Review Tech USA or a Rekieta Law, where like, okay, there's 200 people that watch your live stream and there's 1,000 replays, but then there's tens of thousands of replays when you do something stupid, which is like all the time. So there's a common theme with a lot of these lolcows that I think is important to understand, and that's this. A lot of them have a first mover advantage, not by nature of being intelligent, not by being nature of being good, but they just happen to have been lucky and they latch onto a certain thing first. Like, for example, Dark Side Phil, he was one of the first video game streamers, but he wasn't particularly good or smart at it. And then people were making fun of him. Other people came along. He started losing most of his audience, etc. Same could be said for like a Review Tech USA with, reviews of electronic stuff. And Nick Rekieta is that to LawTube. What do I mean by that?
He became one. It's me and Eugene say this all the time. It's like, I will even watch like if he's like, look, I'm very interested in the Karen Reed trial, right? And if he just sits there and is like, no, misconduct, right? Like, I don't even mind that. That's his wheelhouse. He should just stick to fucking that. But the reason he's a lolcow is because he can't stop talking about personal weird drama, and it's just like, crazy, right?
But the structure of his backstory is important to understand.
Sure.
Rekieta doesn't. I'm going to explain how not only does Rekieta know absolutely nothing about the law, but he's actually like a malignant person, and his actions with respect to the law have caused or contributed to real damage for real people. But Nick Rekieta,
children and his family, yeah.
But Rekieta was like that in a similar fashion when it comes to LawTube, because there were always trials, notable trials that the public had a great interest in. And before Rekieta, all you really had were more sort of dry channels with like actual attorneys who were, they tell you about the law and what was going on, but they were kind of boring and people didn't really want to watch them.
He sort of invented law tubing and like sort of bringing, which was cool.
He was just there first as a guy who was an attorney who could be a little more, engaging about that. And then what you'd have happen is you'd have like MAGA personalities would start. So like a Jack Posobiec would do a tweet, during the Johnny Depp thing. Hey, I'm going on Rekieta Law in an hour. Boom, another 10,000 people, and Legal Mindset and all these other people are Sean and potentially criminal. All these people would be showing up, and he'd be able to just basically be like almost a game show host, almost a manager, where
and
he
let
doesn't
the actual lawyers speak instead of
the actual lawyers are giving him and contributing the real information that he's able to repeat. He's got a collection of other personalities. It's kind of the first of LawTube, and what you see today is you see actual attorneys like Legal Mindset doing way better. I mean, like he owns the beat with all the, Asian nuisance streamers. I mean, I turned on one of his streams and I couldn't watch it because it was like 10 minutes of straight super chats. I said, listen, I'll just watch a summary video. Like he's absolutely killing it. And there's a bunch of other sort of law tubers, but they're real lawyers who know what they're talking about, that have actually practiced law and have tried cases, like challenging cases, or they've worked in local prosecutors' offices like a potentially criminal. They work for a living like potentially criminal. So they do a much better job, and they've taken up that space, and there's nowhere for him to go. So it's just a very similar, kind of setup that I think is important to understand. Somebody gets lucky right away, and they weren't really any good in the first place, but they just got there.
Never, right? Yeah.
And then they have a downfall, and they kind of F up, and they can't recover because now you have better, smarter people doing what they used to do.
Eugene wants to add one thing. What is
And
it?
if I could add one thing, and I know you got to get to the good stuff, but Nick's done now as a streamer. And I know you're watching, Nick, you fucking dummy, because all he does now is defend the fucking defendant. He's like, oh, he's getting a bad rap from the judge because you think you did. You're watching, Nick, you mushy-brained, addled idiot. All he does now is like try and defend the defendant. He's like, oh, the judge gave him a bad rap.
And I do believe Karen Reed as well, but he just sits there. I mean, he doesn't even here to put it simply, like if he gets that like heated when pressed by me, he's not a very good lawyer. Okay, I can argue with the best of them, but he's a strip mall lawyer that fell into something, and good for him. He needs to get back to it and stop with the personal stuff. Like, because it's like, how are you even trying to defend yourself? Your kid tested positive for cocaine. I don't know what else to say. Like,
he has no practical understanding of the law in the real world.
I don't think
go through his.
He did anything wrong whatsoever.
I'm going to quickly summarize his history. Some people know it, some people don't, but it's going to set up what we're going to talk about with Sophie Long when we start bringing things on screen. Look, he was 34 when he got his law degree. It was 2015. And again, unlike, most attorneys that they either go to work for, even a 3-person law firm or a bigger law firm, where there's actual lawyers who can teach them how to practice law, or being in a county prosecutor's office or a big city office where you get trained by attorneys who do things. You prosecute cases, and then, like a potentially criminal, you learn how to then practice law on your own and defend them, because you have a practical application of actually doing the thing. And Rekieta never did that. He graduated law school, and immediately he just went to hang out his own law firm, which, again, like nobody in legal circles really ever does, because you don't have any practical experience. How can you possibly, position yourself as a competent attorney if you don't have any real experience? Now, again, if a guy is just given bad opinions, who cares? It doesn't hurt anybody. Some people on the internet will want to believe him and some won't. But what we're going to show with the Sophie Long thing is how it did cause real harm in the real world. So bring up image number 1, which is a screenshot from during the it's a hearing during the Sophie Long saga, and it's dated September 3rd, 2020. It's a screenshot of Rekieta on stream. Now, while you're pulling that up, I'll give people a quick background. So Sophie Long, it was a parental custody case that came to a lot of people's attention in July of 2020. And what happened was, again, contentious custody thing. And the father had recorded a video of the then 9-year-old girl making some accusations of a sexual nature against the mother's partner, the stepfather. And they were, some pretty horrible allegations. It was very emotional, and, claiming, hey, look, saying she doesn't want to go back to the place where she would be abused. Now, just to, couch this a little bit, anybody who understands anything about CSA, just a basic level understanding, it's been documented in, very easy to reach, studies. Any attorney who's tried a case in this would know this right off the bat, that, look, if 98% of CSA accusations are real, when you have a disputed parental situation, the odds of it not being true are going to go up by a lot. If it's only 2% false when it's not, it might be 10 or 15 when it is. There's a relatively famous case, or not, had some notoriety even recently, where there's a local talk show radio host. His name is Josh Kimbrell from South Carolina, conservative talk show host. He's now a state senator. He's maybe running for governor in 26, but he and his wife had separated, and the 3-year-old son, they made a filing of CSA, and he actually got arrested and put in jail for a little while. And it was shown to be false. The mother actually recanted and said, yes, I did coach the child, and I'm sorry. In contentious cases, again, it's a low probability, but it does exist. And anybody who's got any experience or especially an attorney at a very basic level of family law ought to know that it's a little thing on your radar screen that goes up. This is contentious. There is a greater probability than usual that a small child, it could be the result of a parent coaching the kid. Now, I just showed a screenshot. If you can blow up on that screenshot, where I have the timestamps, because I watched this. Now, if you can blow up, if you can zoom in and make that a little bigger, where the timestamps are on the right side.
11:49 to 1.
Yeah, no, just make it bigger. Make that section of the screenshot bigger. Move it over and make it bigger.
Sorry. This one? Yeah.
No. If you move it to one side, you still got it centered.
Okay, yeah, now we have the whole. Hang on one sec. What are you trying to look at here? Hang on.
I'm trying to look at where it says 11:30, 11:20, the timestamp with the transcript. Can you blow that up a little bit so that we can make it bigger and people can see what I'm speaking to?
The transcript of
just bring that screenshot up again and zoom in on that one section of it to make it bigger so people can see what I'm talking about. In that section of the trial, around 11 minutes, 12 minutes, there's several minutes of that hearing. Now, that hearing took place September 3rd of 2020. That hearing.
Talking about the chat in here or the.
No, the transcript. On the side of the screenshot is the transcript.
Yes. Okay. So it says the transcript is at 11:14. Okay, I got you.
Zoom in and make that bigger.
Got you. Hang on.
Anyway,
there you go. Transcript.
Yes. Okay. So that section of the trial, which I listened to, and anybody can do the same, is you can see that there are multiple people involved in that trial. It's conducted by Zoom, and there's a whole tic-tac-toe space. You have both attorneys, you have people from CPS who have investigated the matter, and they're giving their testimony. And we don't have the clip, it's not worthwhile, but if you want to go back and play it, as I did, while that part of the trial is going on, Rekieta's just not paying attention, and he's talking over it. And why? Because it already goes against the narrative that he's decided upon. Because what they're talking about is, if you can just hold it there, is that the CPS is saying the dad has threatened to take the children out of the country. So that's September of 2020, right?
Yeah.
That CPS is testifying under oath the dad has threatened to take the children out of the country, okay? That they had looked into the father for mental illness, that there had been a psych evaluation that had been done on him in the midst of all this contentious stuff a couple of years earlier, that he was talking about how he had all these guns and he had gas masks and a lot of crazy shit like that. But that there had already been a 6-week time frame between this video and this hearing where these officials were able to, bring forth testimony and say, look, we've looked into the claims that are being made. They just aren't. Right. Rekieta ignores all this. And at the end of the hearing, the judge makes a couple of rulings. The judge says, number one, look, Michael Long, the father, you're not allowed to make videos like this anymore. You're not allowed to speak about the case anymore because it caused such a hubbub and it's not in the interests of the minor children. Now, Nick's response was at the end of the stream to film one of his rants and then post one of his rants separately, where he rants on and on about more free speech and how this was a bad ruling. It was a female judge, and how he thinks the ruling is terrible. But like the old Wendy's commercial, where's the beef? And there's absolutely no beef. There's no fundamental understanding of the law. And here's what I mean. A legal argument would say, hey, there's a legal standard that needs to be met in established law. It's case such and such and case such and such that say you need to clear this threshold or that threshold to have a certain ruling where you can say that a gag order is warranted. There was absolutely nothing legal in his rant whatsoever. It was just completely empty platitudes because, again, he had already made up his mind and he was just distracted by and talking over the actual testimony of the people who were tasked with sitting down with the girl and doing the investigations to see if anything was valid or not, or if the father was actually had a history of being nuts. So that's number one. There is a link that maybe you can drop in the description, but people can find it, which is an actual, we're not going to play it, but people can see what an actual attorney, it's 30 minutes long, but what an actual attorney had to say about the matter. Now, we're going to go to Sophie Long, number 2, which is July 21st of 2021. And it's the Daily Beast story. So what happened is, so the other ruling that was made is the judge said, you know what, we need a little bit of a cooling off period. And the judge ordered that the father only have his visitations by Zoom for a limited time. It would be to be determined, but they wanted to make sure that because the father had made those threats of literally abducting the child and taking the child out of the country, wanted to make sure that wouldn't actually happen. So the judge said, look, you can visit by Zoom for a little bit, and we need to order, just the CPS people and psych people to check with you to make sure that that's not going to happen, or we don't think it's going to happen. And then we will restore your in-person rights, which they did a few months later. Which again, Nick thought was completely horrible and unreasonable, and without any legal justification, with no citations, just decided that was the case. So what happens? About July 10th, the crazy father actually abducted the child and took her, they didn't know where, but he was supposed to visit her, and boom, he didn't bring her back to the mother who had custody, and she was gone. Now, if you scroll down,
such a creepy fucking thing. God.
Right.
I don't even...
Now, if you scroll down, or there's the second image that goes with this, or if you scroll down, either way, we'll get to it.
Shall right there. There you go.
So just hold it up. No, go. Don't just stop somewhere. Okay. Just stop right there. Stop right. Go down a little more and just stop. That's fine. Okay. So. Look, I don't like the Daily Beast. They're liberal. I've been a conservative my whole life, but there are 5 different local news stories that are the same. And the point is this, is that this crazy father who had been married a second time, his wife, Courtney, he had just separated from her. And his wife posted on Facebook and said, listen, Courtney Chalmers said that Michael is not a stable person for Sophie to be with. So the woman who lived with him until a very short time before, said he was not stable to be with. It shouldn't happen. He had reportedly threatened to flee the country. So now you would think that you would condemn that. I mean, it should be universally condemned. A guy, kidnaps a crazy father, is literally kidnapping his daughter. Okay. Based on just completely false stuff. And again, now it's been a year. So a year has gone by where CPS can continue to monitor things and check things out, and nobody's found, any issue of the girl being harmed in that manner by the boyfriend. So what does Rekieta do? Fire up the image of the Odyssey.
The image of the Odyssey. So then it
should be Sophie Long, whatever, the 2A or 3. So this is dated. Oh, wait. So Nick had a short video that is 2A, which is July 25th of 2021.
I think the long and short of this is that, let's see.
So so if we don't have the video, what I'm going to say is important. It's July 25th of 2021.
Uh-huh.
Nick makes a video and he says, I'm getting back into the Sophie Long stuff.
Yeah.
And he calls it a potential abduction.
Right.
A potential abduction. There's a freaking warrant out for this guy's arrest.
And he has
It
him
is
on
a
his
kidnapping.
show. Yeah.
It is not a potential abduction. It is a kidnapping. And he's calling it a potential abduction.
Right. So here
Then-
is the
then what is-
abductor. Right.
Then what does he do on August 3rd? Because it does get worse. It
But-
does get worse.
I just think that it was fucking
Well,
really
this is the most
bizarre.
important part. This is the money shot, so to speak.
Let's see.
Okay.
here. Let me put it
December
down.
or August 3rd of 2021. Nick Rekieta actually has the father, Michael Long, on his live stream.
Which is so fucking creepy to look at. It really is. And I don't know why, like, why would you defend this human being? It's very bizarre.
You've got, and I know I've been ranting a little bit and it's almost done, but you have a father who you've watched the hearing, the evidence has been presented, it's been more than a year, no evidence has come out of anything wrong with the child. There's been all kinds of testimony and all kinds of stuff in court documents that say how the updates, how they checked in this time and they checked in that time and they didn't find anything. And the father is out there on social media and places. He's
With
trying
that
to get
hat at the very
Yeah.
least, too. Look at it. My God.
but he's trying to get money from people on social media to finance his kidnapping of his daughter. And Nick Rekieta is giving this psycho the exact oxygen that he needs. Nick Rekieta is literally aiding and abetting a freaking criminal, somebody with an arrest warrant out for him, who has taken his daughter out of the country, who the cops are looking for. And Nick Rekieta is putting this guy on stream so that he can tell his truth and grift for donations.
Oh
Nick
my
Rekieta is
God.
lucky that this video got struck from YouTube and that it only exists on Odyssey. Because if Nick Rekieta had been more notable in August of 2021, if that video had stayed up on YouTube, that would have been a real bar complaint. That is something that you could get your law license suspended for. And there are people who aren't experts, who don't have law degrees, who don't know any better. This is the first person who should know better.
He should know better. That's unbelievable.
If anybody
Yeah.
helped child kidnapping and trafficking, it is this man, Nick Rekieta.
Why would you let me ask you, what would come into his brain to even have this man on his program? Like, he just hates the government and like authority so much. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me in his weird hat. Like,
Because he's an absolute narcissistic psychopath who never practiced law in a real sense, being trained by real attorneys, going in front of, real trials that are tough that you have to make it through, and gathering evidence. He's an absolute sunk cost fallacy narcissist who decides what he thinks before anybody else. He won't listen to the evidence, even when he's watching the evidence on his stream, even when it's presented to him. He just ignores it, even when almost a year goes by and there are continual checks and things that get filed in the court system that says nothing's been gone wrong with the girl. Even after the father kidnaps the girl and takes her to another country, and there's a warrant out for his arrest, Nick Rekieta thinks he knows better than everybody else, and he's going to support this criminal and put him on stream so he can ask the public for more money to support what he's doing. And guess what happened?
Bingo.
Because of the
100
help.
million Kiki bucks for you. That is the central thesis of Nick Rekieta. He thinks he knows better. He thinks that it's better for everybody else. Like, he knows better. What you don't understand is this. That is 100% the
And
central
guess what?
thesis of it.
What finally happened is in December of 2021, the police finally found the father and the girl in Mexico City, and he was
With
arrested.
Ethan?
He was brought to justice, and everything with the family. Again, they didn't find that the stepfather had done anything, even to this day. But it just goes to show that no matter how much evidence gets stacked, even after somebody's literally committing a criminal act, Nick Rekieta helped enable this guy to get exposure and get more money and finance his
Platformed
criminal
him.
activity.
Yeah, he platformed this fucking psychotic kidnapper, honestly.
So
Right.
if you want to read other big super chats while I'm catching my breath, and then we'll get
Let's
to
do it.
the redo of Healer.
All right, let me read. Let me see here. What do we got here, ladies and gents? Thank you.
Because
so
unlike Nick Rekieta, I have actually helped real victims in the real world of actual child sex abuse, exposed their abusers, ended their careers. Like I've actually sat in front of people who have told me their stories and had to experience that and share that with them and help them get resources and done things for them. I've done that in the real world. And Nick Rekieta has, done the exact, has done something that was actually harmful when it was known to be harmful.
You're
And the
so
person was known
right.
to be a criminal.
You really are so right, because he just thinks he knows better than everybody else. He can't. I don't believe, and I have a few questions to ask you, but I don't believe that he gave cocaine to his child, right? But he must know that or maybe he doesn't, that he's doing all of these things. Kids pick up on things. And from the body cam footage, or from the body cam notes, the cocaine was everywhere. He left it around Aaron's kid. He left blow around Aaron's kid. Just
So
so isn't that shocking that maybe the kid would do what their parents do?
So like everything else, Nick Rekieta's own words expose his lies. Okay, because there are many clips of Nick Rekieta out there saying, "Oh, the cocaine was locked away securely in the safe. It wasn't anywhere else." But then there is the clip of Nick Rekieta describing his arrest, and he says the exact opposite. He shows you how careless he was with the cocaine, because he got pulled over, stopped by the police when he
And
was.
then he's like, "I threw it in the back." He needed the cocaine to even drive.
So he had, right. So as he was driving back, Nick Rekieta had cocaine on his person. He had what he called a bolt of cocaine that he then disposed of. So this is like 8 o'clock in the morning. He's driving his kid around, and he's got cocaine that then he throws in the car. I mean, it's just his own words are even enough. Even if you believe that CPS is lying, that the police are lying, that Aaron is lying, that pictures are lying, and all this other stuff.
Funny thing is, Aaron's like, "This is what happened. Let me pull up the nose of the plane. I'm just gonna be honest. That Aaron's not lying." I'm going to read you some messages from when Nick Rekieta first started this and was trying to message me and get on my side, and of that it's all a conspiracy, and it's
So if you want to do
it's Aaron's fault somehow. But let me read some of these.
And then we'll get right to redo of Healer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, 1 million Kiki bucks for all of you here right now. And Gabe, thank you so much for being here. Let's see here. I don't want to miss any. We'll read them in. Okay, we did this. Bing, 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 bing. And that is a very interesting fucking thing. Like I said, I had no idea about any of that. And it's disturbing. He thinks he knows better. That's such a fucking it's such a tell of Nicholas Rekieta, right? I know better. The government's a sham. I'm smarter. I'm better. I can have this man on. But he's aiding and abetting this fucking kidnapping.
If Nick Rekieta had any sense of moral decency, after thought and prayer, what he should do is he should fire up a special live stream, make it only 5 minutes, and literally apologize to the mother of Sophie Long. Apologize for what he did and how he aided and abetted the father who kidnapped her child and took her into Mexico.
You heard it here first, Nikki, red-faced boy. I love a good apology. He should apologize. But
we know he doesn't have that, so he'll never do it.
No, he's like, I did nothing wrong. No, he doesn't do anything wrong. It's the government's fault. Someone's lying. Someone did this to us. It's his entire fucking life. This is why I don't think he's not rehabilitated, as they say, and he won't be until he fucking I don't know if he ever will be, but
So we'll get to the
if Nicky Rackets asked about 14-foot ceilings, tell him he can't afford it. Thank you, Permaseal. We love you. If Nicky Rackets asked about 14-foot ceilings, tell him he can't afford it. Oh gosh. Well, their ceilings are piled with to the ceilings with trash. There you go. Matthew McCannis, thank you for the $19.99. Are you going to pause the video so much you're going to have to start yelling, "He's gay! He's felt it, bitch!" There you go. Alex Bernard, thank you for the $20. He's not on Adderall. He's on Balderol. Well, whatever he's snorting, his nose is very red. Mr. Rapey, let's see. Josh Patton, thank you for the $19.99. Andy Worski is a Nintendo file. Safa! Switch to E. Okay. Let's see here. Mr. Ray P. Ray. Gabe, I know a guy who had his jaw jacket altered without consent by his coke-addled former employee. What are his legal options? He's talking about Eugene there. We'll get back to that. I shouldn't even read that one. Thank you for the gifted membership, Mr. Ray P. Ray. Gabe, legally, can the toe ever stop winning? Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, beg.
Okay, so we're through that, and we can go into redo of healer. So while I'm giving an introduction,
Here's one more for you. Hey Gabe, good doctor for pancreatic cancer you could hook Alyssa up with for worst case scenario. Sending love.
If she needs assistance, I did a lot of scientific medical research into investments for a lot of years, and I do my best to look into it for clinical trials and things.
And by the way, what Nick said about Alyssa is fucking disgusting and ridiculous. I'm putting it at the bottom of the chat. Please donate to Alyssa. She's having a health scare.
So there's the one thing that I'd like you to find, which was to display first the Nick Rekieta tweet where he responds to the redo of healer, and as you're finding that, I'll just sort of explain a little bit about this. Oh, and actually, while you're trying to find that, something that's interesting, I ended up having to make an account on Kiwi Farms. It was just like a throwaway kind of email. I'm not ever going to use the form. It's not my cup of tea. But there's something very interesting there that at least Nick Rekieta would like to, I'm sure, know about. There's a section of the website called, I think, Prospering Grounds. And that's where, before they make a thread about somebody public, it's where people collaborate and they start posting the information. And some of them are actually, relatively extensive. There is a thread on the Prospering Grounds about Nick Rekieta's wife, Kayla Rekieta. That's where I found a couple video clips. I don't know what their criteria is, how they do things, when they're going to make it public or whatever. But I mean, there's dozens and dozens of old video clips that I didn't look at all of them, but the few that I saw, there was some really interesting stuff there. And I hope they make it public soon, because I think it would just be helpful. I mean, it's his stream and his statements. So just having that organized, I guess I could call Josh Moon he's like the librarian of locales. He runs the library.
Well,
so do you have that? The post from Rekieta?
Sure, I sure do.
If not,
the healer, yes. Okay, there you go.
So I just want to point something out. So Megan Fox is one of the few people who is, respectable in nature. Like we talk about, the Mershes, we talk about the Ethan Ralphs, and the Patrick Meltons, and I mean,
Oh God, yeah.
the absolute scum that Rekieta has left around him that is still supporting him. But Megan Fox is one of the few people who is like respected, who is still like supportive of him and backing him. And you'll see that Rekieta answers, it's not anime porn, though there is nudity. He says, I watched it to review it with some other people. Somebody sent me the Blu-ray, it didn't work, but he doesn't, that's what he says, right? That it's not porn, that he only watched it to review it, and that's it.
Well,
Now-
okay. So this clip and the clip that you sent me is, and
So you're going to just play the anime of Healer starting from the beginning, and we're going to see what this actually is. And we're going to see, we're not going to play the whole thing, but we're going to play a couple timestamps that I'll give you. I'll say jump ahead to this and jump ahead to that, where we're going to see Nick Rekieta's level of familiarity with this, his enthusiasm for this, what it is, and how that's a complete lie compared to what he tries to post to one of his few remaining supporters.
let's see, it's Healer, redo a
Now,
redo of
I'll just
Healer.
give this a little preface while you're trying to pull it up. So
I
what I
so I
wanted
don't have a clip of this. I just have it's Cody and my Zia.
well, you should have the redo of Healer from Melissa Clips. You're just going to go right to that. You're going to go right to redo of Healer from Melissa Clips, and you're going to just play it from the beginning. And then I'll tell you when to stop and when to go forward. So what I tried to, so when I reached out to Melissa Clips and I just said, is this real? She did her search. She compiled the stuff. I thought, well, this has to be described. I'm not going to go watch it myself to find out. And I tried to look for a source which I thought could provide a detailed description of what it is, but that would be a fair source. And so you'll see when this description plays on the screen that it's from somebody who is an active like anime fan. They watch anime. They even watch some anime that's a little bit, out there. And it's what they have to say about this. And then the second part, which is the characters' ages, is something that I found just on normie YouTube, which just typing in, redo of Healer and ages. So they're not trying to like slam this or anything. They're just trying to tell people how old that the characters are in the video, because there's a written, manga thing. It's called manga, but it's written where it gives you the description of how old these kids are. So this just is just transcribing that and putting that in short video format so we can all see it. So
I don't have that. You did not email me that video. I have the description, but I don't have that. If
you
want to,
don't have the whole so just go to Alyssa Clips on Rumble.
I am looking at it on YouTube.
And just play it and bring it on screen when you get rid of the commercial.
It's on Rumble. Okay, yeah. Well, if it's on Rumble, then that would be the reason we probably shouldn't play it on the YouTube. But let's see.
And we'll just kind of be quiet. We'll let it play through because we want people to, I think, just see what it is and hear his own words. So we might be quiet for a few minutes just to let it sink in and have our comments afterwards.
Healer. Oh, redo Healer. There you go. Okay. So where would you like me to start?
So just start from the beginning. We'll play the first couple of minutes, the first few. I'll tell you when to stop and where to skip ahead to, because I got the timestamps, prepared.
Is something untoward going to happen here? I hope not.
No, there's nothing that's.
All right.
Big retailers don't want you
and
but there's nothing they can do to stop it. So there's this new super powerful monocular.
Yeah,
powerful binocular. Yeah.
Just click and skip the ad and
It will. There you go. Skip ad. And then.
But I did look for, what I believed would be a fair and neutral description of these contents.
All right, here we go.
But this is Nick Rekieta's Favorite anime, thinks it's the greatest thing ever.
Redo of Healer features excessive amounts of rape. God.
People can read. We can just kind of let it
Yeah.
sink in.
Jesus. Yeah, that's not good. And I saw the okay, and I looked at the
But we should.
Yeah.
Can we keep
I
playing
looked
it?
Yeah, well, okay, we'll keep playing it. But I looked at the clip too, and I don't know. I think they're making like a joke of.
No, they're not. It's not a.
It's not
he-
good.
he-
Yeah.
No, he closely identifies with the character in this. If you just play it, we'll see. You'll see what I mean.
All right, let's see. Oh god, here we go. Here, boy. Oh, okay. We can't have them sit here and read all of this. Basically,
Yeah, we can't. This is the last. This is the last frame anyway. So
Okay,
if you just
okay,
keep playing. It's gonna. And then once we get to about the 3.5 minute mark, you'll skip ahead to 12, and then we'll play like a minute of that, and I'll give you the next cue.
Well, let's just go to.
And see, that's why you shouldn't exit it, because then it makes you play the ads again. I know.
Yeah, exactly.
That
There you
I
go.
do need to make sure and watch as soon as possible.
Oh, but you didn't. The ages. You didn't.
Protagonist.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So basically, and again, it's on
These are-
Rumble.
these are- so
So,
the-
but for YouTube, yeah, it's
Okay, so the
basically-
characters that are depicted in Anime of Healer
Right.
are anywhere from 17 down to like 12.
They're great. I think this is yes, and I'm interested to see what he's gonna say. But this is like right there. It's a weird cartoon. They were.
It's just a bunch of teenage R in the most depraved, depraved.
Of
form that
course,
you can imagine.
it's bizarro and awful. But however, I don't know. I mean, the people in the clip with him, I don't think that. Yeah, this is it. It's a creepy thing to sort of watch or whatever. But I guess, the violence and the like weirdness of it.
The times that I have that I'm gonna tell you to skip to are not anything that's gonna get you in trouble. I promise.
No. I know it's disturbing, of course, but
But I just want people to hear his enthusiasm, his description, and you'll see this progresses over time. It's in chronological order, so you'll see how he first starts talking about it, and then you'll see how he continues to talk about it.
yeah, okay.
So just
It's
let it
not
play.
good, definitely. Okay, here we go.
That I do need to make sure and watch as soon as possible. Listen, the protagonist in Redo of Healer is a beautiful, wonderful person. Tremendous, really. He has vision, he has motivation, and at the core of everything, he has a heart of gold. Maybe he makes mistakes. Maybe he goes about things a little bit different than some of us would. A little bit. That's okay. That's okay. But
He's
we've got
such a
really
fucking nerd. Oh my god.
at the end of the day is a story
Don't
about
if you
not
pause
revenge.
too much,
but of
it'll
What's
give you
that?
the ads. Just be careful you don't exit out and get the ads again.
Oh yes, there you go. You're right.
triumph. And triumph is something we can all identify with. Who doesn't want to win? Who doesn't want to triumph? I win all the time. I win most of the time. Many of the times I've tried, I've won. Redo of Healer, he's the same way. This guy overcomes adversity. Lots to admire in the healer, the hero of healing. There's an anime out right now. It's called Redo of the Healer.
Okay.
And I don't know how much we can talk about. We've got a family friendly show here, but long story short, this is it's like a fantasy world with like classes, like healers and fighters and all that stuff. And there are a couple heroes and everybody else is normal. This guy was a healer, and he didn't want to heal.
And skip ahead to the 12-minute mark.
Okay.
And then we'll watch 1 minute, and then you'll skip ahead to the 18-minute mark.
I really should have a Rumble account. My husband has Rumble here. So 12 minutes. 12.
So now you'll just hear how this progresses over time, how he's starting to describe that to actually pitch it to other people.
I could see where he's like getting.
Oh, yeah. Simp Force 101. Redo of Healer with her when? Oh, soon. I'm gonna make her watch that.
Ew.
Get home first.
Here's what you need to watch, Brittany. Like, unironically, you're gonna think I'm joking with you, but I'm not. One of the greatest modern anime is called Redo of the Healer.
Stop it, Nick.
No, I'm serious.
Stop it.
No, I'll tell you everything about it with 100% honesty, no jokes, no memes. When you get past like the overt sexualization involved in it, it's a beautiful story.
Oh,
because it is.
Oh my! Look how fucking uncomfortable they are.
Brittany, so this Nina Infinity knows what it is, and she's like,
"Stop it!" Yeah.
Whoa, Brittany Venti has no idea what this is. He's trying to now start pitching it to people to get people to watch this thing that he knows is completely degenerate.
I really like both of these gals too. I hate that they had to go through this.
Let this play for another 30 seconds and then skip ahead to 18.
Oh boy, here we go. Okay.
It is literally what every person thinks of when they're unchecked.
I fucking love Brittany. She's like, she's like this. Fuck you. What the fuck? You're weird. Like, oh God.
Get checked by reality. But it is the fantasy. It is, I can go back and fuck over everybody who ruined me, who made my life miserable, everybody who did this, and I can do that. And you know what they find?
Okay, go to 18.
This is the most important part of Redo of Healing.
Okay.
You'll notice that, you see the perpetual victimhood with Rekieta, and that's a big reason he identifies with this.
Yep.
He is unsatisfied.
He goes, it's every time. It's like, I'm gonna extract revenge on people. Yeah, fucking gross.
Say something like this would be like that.
Year. Outlaw Star is a great anime, but Redo of Healers only had one season. We don't know where it's going to go in season 2, season 3.
But Nick, you told Brittany to watch that before she watches Outlaw Star.
Did I say before? I
yes.
don't think so. How are you on Redo of Healer?
Never heard of it.
Maybe look it up.
I don't know. I'll type that in and I'll get some head size. I know it, you, Nick.
So he's like obsessed with it.
Redo is one of the most honest stories on the planet.
So he's obsessed with this. Now he's bringing it into his law streams and things.
Well, so the one guy obviously knows what it is, and he bursts out laughing, the bald guy at the top.
Yeah.
The other guy doesn't really know what it is, and he's like, well, okay. But the guy who knows is like, holy shit, I can't believe you're bringing this up. I can't believe that you actually like this crap.
It's creepy. I don't like it. This freaked me out. It was like, I can't even believe he it's bizarre he keeps talking about it. Look how much he brings it up to people.
Skip ahead to 2220.
Will do.
Because he's
so funny.
That's
funny. But no, you should not watch it, good sir.
This is a collection of him bringing it up like 12 times to people, which we're not.
Oh God!
But that's the entire compilation. Like this is something
thing
that
I just got in the mail today.
All right, here he goes. Yeah.
Redo of the Healer. Redo of the Healer. Are you're not familiar with this?
Is that porno? No.
No, it's not porn. Dick, how dare you? So Redo of the Healer is a story. It's a truly Japanese. It's like I always make fun of Eastern storytelling because it's really shitty. But this one wins because this is fantastic. So it's an isekai. Well, it's like an isekai where everybody lives in an RPG world, right?
Okay.
So they have like there's everybody's normal except for a few people are heroes. So they have like a character class. Like you might be a warrior, so you're like actually exceptionally good naturally with weapons, and then of course you train and become better.
Okay,
so you're a
we can
hero.
pause and go to the
This
final
guy was
up there
born
at
as a
the
healer.
30-minute mark.
So he finds out that he can heal people.
And just so, like even Dick Masterson, who like knows all this stuff and he's into all sorts of weird and sick things. Even Dick Masterson has never heard of this, doesn't even know what it is, and you can just see how, like Nick Rekieta, he doesn't tell people what it really is. He wants them to go open it up and experience, what he thinks is like amazing and fantastic when it's really
It's
just
disturbing.
truly fucking horrible.
Yeah.
So we'll go to the 30-minute mark, and then it'll play for like 2 minutes, and it'll play to conclusion.
Let's see it. 30 minutes. There you go.
Just leave me the fuck alone. Out of empathy this time around, because you realize what you're doing. Like he could have theoretically done that, and he's like, actually, though, you know what?
Yeah.
I really like rape.
Said rape twice. I really like rape. Yeah.
Rita the Healer is the greatest anime ever made.
I had to download it because you can't watch every place that streams it. Half the screen.
I want to say, okay, well, this is what I'm saying. These two are really good people. Cody and Zia. Zia, I am good friends with. Cody is a good person too. He's just, and listen, I know that Cody would say probably like, I'm kind of know Keanu. I kind of know Keanu or whatever. Yeah, they're good people. I don't think that they really. Yeah, they kind of do talk about this weirdness a lot, but I can't. Zia doesn't know anything about this, and she's just like, okay, I'm just trying to be funny. That's what I gathered from this clip. That's all.
Screen is black half the time.
Yeah, I have the uncut Blu-rays now.
Yeah, dude. Oh my god, it'll be like the main character's like, I'm going to take care of, and then he's just doing his shit, and you're like, this is brutal. And then the next episode comes, you're like, man, I don't really know if I like this. I think he's a bad guy. And then we'll do a flashback, and he's just laying there, and like all the dudes are like, yeah, let me get some. There's that one character
laying there in
a
a puddle of cum. It's like,
I love you. You made me do this. And he's choking. He's like, if I could just kill you right now, you would be cute and beautiful forever. And he's just like destroying his asshole. And then like it goes back to modern day, and he's like, I'm going to get my revenge. And you're like, yeah, you are. And I'm going to watch it, baby. Thank God they do the flashbacks right before he brutalizes them every time.
Yeah, they have to.
His fingers. He breaks their fingers. Oh my God! And he's like, if you scream.
Do you see Zia's face there? She's kind of like, I'm not really sure about this. It's not their fault. That's why I don't want to. Yeah.
At the important to note at the beginning, right? At the beginning, he's talking about how this is the standard version you get of this is censored, and that he had to go out of his way and take extra steps to find what is uncensored because that's what he wanted. And then you have Rekieta talking about how he has like a Blu-ray that doesn't have those kinds of things, because it's not about so much the storyline, but it's because there's entertainment, there's pleasure in seeing those things happen. And again, they're just cartoons, but they're cartoon depictions of teens.
Which is horrific. Yes, it's not obviously something I would ever even.
It's not. This is not like a film or a cartoon depiction of something where, as part of the story, something happens to somebody. Okay, this is what they're trying to describe is something that is intentionally gratuitous, where the point of watching the thing is not so much for the story, but for what the content is itself of those things, because they are extended, because they are repetitive, because they are of an especially sadistic and disgusting nature. Again, depicting young
clearly,
teen
right,
girls and a mid-teen to he's 17 at some parts, he's 14 at others, having terrible things happen to him, and then him doing terrible things to young teen cartoon depictions that
The
they want
problem
to see
is
uncensored.
the problem is I guess this stuff exists, which it would never even occur to me to even look at something like that. But Nick is obsessed with it, and that's the fucking problem. The clip shows basically he brings it up all of the time, which is disturbing.
It's not. This is Alyssa didn't make an exhaustive list. This is not something where he's saying, listen, I saw something, and he's kind of talking smack and saying it's really messed up. It's a crazy watch, whatever. He is enthusiastically promoting this thing to people who haven't seen it, who he wants to go see this horrible thing. And he's promoting it in a deceptive manner to just say, oh, it's this wonderful story. When, again, you saw the beginning, according to, somebody who's watched a lot of anime and is like, even for them, they're like, no, this is really, really, really like the worst thing out there. The worst that anybody's made in terms of legal anime. That's his choice.
Ugh, yeah. No, and he brings it up all the time. It is disturbing. But
we'll play to finish this, and then we'll move on.
Okay. Let's see.
Scream like I'll kill you, and she's like she doesn't scream, and they're all broken, and he's like okay, they're all
God, they're different directions.
And then he just grabs. He's like, you did.
She's like, okay,
good job. And she's like, oh, and he grabs her hand, and he goes, heal. And then they just get healed, and he breaks them again. And I'm like, oh my god! And then he just dukes her ass. Oh, it's so good. Oh, what a great
oddly
show.
hot.
Dude,
I did watch this and I went, okay, Zia's making a joke. She's good at what she does.
I get it. She's being edgy. She doesn't really know what they're talking about.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
But wait until they talk about one part and you'll see her.
Oh, you haven't watched it?
No, can I rub my bean to this? That's what this is sounding like.
Oh yes, for sure.
Okay. All right, yeah.
For sure. Bro, I watched like the first 3 episodes and immediately had to go relieve my balls.
All right. Yep, sign me up.
Also, just being funny, being edgy. He's dead serious. Rekieta is dead fucking serious. Like, no, this is the most important thing in my life. That's frightening. I don't know.
Where do I watch this?
Read it. You might have to download it.
Okay.
Because if you watch the censored versions, right when he starts like giving some beans to somebody, it just goes to like a painting on the wall.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, it'll just show a painting and there's no noise for like a.
I was gonna say you can't even hear the.
No.
They always do that like high pitched squeaking.
Yeah,
I love that.
Don't. Yeah. Just
look, Rekieta. What's he doing? He's like looking up something. What's he doing?
Watch. Oh my god.
Oh, I think the redo of the healer creator follows me on Twitter, by the way.
We should get him on the show. I want to be a character that gets.
I don't know.
It's root.
I think that might be her actually.
In season 3, I want to be one of the characters that just gets brutally root. His name is Cameru. Just give him the Dickens. Cameru. Give him. I just want to get just dick.
Okay, yeah. I think this is it.
But the money shot is coming up in the next 30 seconds. You gotta finish it.
Here.
You'll see why.
Now I'm by the main guy. Hiru. I love he gets the little wolf girl that looks like she's 11. And he tells her if I smash or piss her.
Swollen legs aren't the problem. They might be edema.
Oh, we have a
What looks like
we
just
have an
puffy,
ad.
tired legs might be something.
And come inside you, you'll get more powerful. And then she does. And he just destroys her.
He's got the magic juice.
And he just keeps getting new women to come in, and he just bangs the freaking shit out of them. And I'm like, what is this show I'm watching? You got that special juice.
Have you seen the redo of Healer?
No, I don't know what that is.
Even to fucking Kyle Rittenhouse? Listen,
when he's talking about how he thinks a character looks 11 years old,
That's not
He was
good.
talking about how he likes her being tortured and arred repeatedly and in brutal fashion.
Yeah.
That's a disgusting, sick mind.
Absolutely.
That's what
Right.
Nick Rekieta thinks is the greatest anime ever.
The central thesis of that is that he does bring it up a lot. It's like Zia and Cody are just trying to be funny and be like, yeah, I've seen
You
it.
know,
Like,
Cody's
whatever.
a big fan of it.
Yeah, right.
Cody's a big fan of it. Okay.
I'm not trying to sweep.
I know he's your friend.
Yeah.
You
No,
are
I-
sweeping.
I
You got that
guess
broom
he
out.
probably doesn't
You
even,
got, no,
like-
you got. I got to call you out. You got your broom out for your friend. I'm sorry.
No. You know, I just
He
haven't
likes
looked
it.
into
He
it
does.
enough to like. I know him, and I can't imagine that he. But you know what? Maybe that's my bias. Zia, I know was just.
We have to take people at their word. He seemed
Yeah.
earnest. He seemed enthusiastic. He's invested. Again, it's like if somebody watched all 9 hours of the first Star Wars and they said they were a fan, you would believe them. If somebody has invested many hours in watching a series like that and they talk in detail, like they could pick any scene they want, but he likes the scene with the girl who he thinks looks 11, having those things happen to her. And that's the thing that he talks about, not talking about the general plot, not talking about, well, I think it's a comeback, it's a redemption story, it's whatever. No, that's the one thing that guy picks to talk about.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
You're right. But
If this,
I
if
don't see Cody or I don't see, and certainly not Zia. But
if
I
he
don't see
were,
them going around and talking about this constantly. This show.
well,
or whatever.
I haven't done a search of, Camelot. I don't know when else he's talked about it. Okay. But
Yeah,
I just know that the time that Nick Rekieta brought it up to him, he had clearly watched the whole thing and we saw what he got excited about. I'll just say this. Okay. He drives the NASCAR truck series. That is a major sport. Okay. It's not Major League Baseball. It's not the NBA. Maybe it's not golf. But if it were a pro soccer player or name your sport, but another professional athlete where you saw a sound clip of that professional athlete
Oh yeah, no,
talking about how
yeah.
he liked to watch a cartoon depiction of an 11-year-old girl having those things happen to her. Okay. You think anybody would want to sponsor them? You think they
No,
would even be in the
fuck no.
freaking league anymore?
Let alone fucking like what was it? Is it Tim Pool or whatever? Yeah. Are you kidding? No, absolutely not.
And here's
I don't know
the-
him that well. I just maybe he
well,
was just
look,
trying to be, and
well, no,
I'm not trying to sweep it up for him. It's just that I don't want to. Because I haven't looked into that, I don't think he's a weirdo.
He is a freaking weirdo.
Okay, maybe I haven't looked into
You
it.
get you watch that thing through to the end. You don't see what that's about in the first 20 minutes and go, I'm going to turn this shit off. You got to be freaking kidding me.
It's
No, you
fucked
decide to
up.
watch hours and hours about it. And that's your
It is
favorite
fucked up. It makes me sick. Yeah, I mean, it does. It makes me fucking sick to my stomach.
Here's
So, I don't
a
know.
final. I'm not going to repeat myself, but here's a final point that I'm going to make. There's a concept called tip of the iceberg. Okay, we use it a lot in our film.
Yeah.
I don't know what these guys are up to. I don't know. I haven't, Mossad didn't hack their hard drives. Okay. I don't, Israel's Unit 8200 didn't go into their stuff. I got no idea. But the tip of the iceberg is you only see a little part of what somebody wants to show you in public.
Oh yeah.
Everything else is below there. Now, everything else may be nice. Maybe they're only showing you the most degenerate tip of their life above the water.
Yeah.
But chances are, most of the time, they're not. And most of the time, there's much more degenerate shit below the waterline because it's the majority of their life that you don't see, that you don't know about. So if they're willing to talk about certain things openly, what's really going on that they're not willing to talk about on a live stream in front of thousands of people? Okay.
Right.
And people who have watched our film, they see that because they see one of the acting, and I'm not accusing any of them of being a pedophile. I'm just making an analogy. Okay. that
right.
it's something that's discussed, where it's the grooming process, where the acting coach is seen talking about things that he shouldn't talk about in front of the kids. And this is a nice American family, and nobody really catches it. They're hanging out, they're having pizza, they got the VHS recorder out, they're just kind of recording it, and they don't really know, but he's dropping a line here or there that you're like, as a viewer, knowing what the film is about, you're going, whoa, that's freaking creepy. And then it turns out, obviously, that he did horrible things. Again, I'm not saying that they are, but it's something that
you're right, because you know what? And thank God for you. And I'm not saying this about like whatever we just watched necessarily, but do you know how long it takes for people to like actually listen? Like when the signs are there to fucking listen about something, you do you expose people. That's it's a really good thing. It's funny because I watched that clip and I'm like, maybe, like you said, I'm like, maybe they're just trying to be edgy. Nick, the compilation of it, I'm like, he talks about it a lot. So
maybe people
I don't know about, but
maybe people are, these people in this case, maybe they are willing to just go up to the edge, the very edge of what's legal. Let's be real. This is literally the edge of what's legal, because the next step on the ladder of degeneracy is actual illegal stuff involving real, I'm not saying that they are. We don't know what they are. But you have to ask the question. If somebody is willing to expose to the public, that they're willing to literally go all the way there, right to that line, in terms of degeneracy and sickness, that they like depictions of, those cartoon children having those things done to them, cartoon teens. What are they into in their private life?
Yeah,
you got to ask the freaking question.
No, you're right.
I'll leave that to chat, leave that to our audience, and I'll leave that to people watching.
You are so right. You are so right.
I'm sorry I had to tell you to put away your freaking broom, but I'm being real with you.
I wasn't even trying to. I'm like, God, I mean, I watched it. I watched the things you sent me and I went, maybe, listen, I have no reason to even like, I don't know even why I would for Cody. I don't know why I would, but I think that maybe he was just trying to be shocking, but maybe that's just my bias because I know him like as a but I don't really know him that well, but I've met him in person. That's maybe why I have a hard time and I'm like, God, this is horrific. So I'm not trying to sweep. I'm just trying to say like this is that's a rough watch. That's a rough watch to watch for somebody that I've met in person. That's all.
The first stage is denial.
You know what you're saying? I mean, and obviously, that was bizarre. Absolutely. Let's see.
If you have any 20 super chats or whatever that you want to read, otherwise we'll get into the big part.
I'm going to send a copy of Redo to your mom, Gabe.
Thanks for paying Keanu.
Thank you. Hi, Nick. Oh, Nicky boy. Eugene, I would love a shot. Thank you. That would be great. Are you kidding? You think he's not still in here? Please.
Oh my God. We were in a sexual and very romantic relationship for a long time.
We were in a sexual and very romantic relationship for a very long time. All right. So now, okay, we got to get to some fun stuff.
Do you have the skunk? Do you have the skunk clip?
Okay. Skunk. Which is what?
The skunk, how he his description of killing the skunk video clip that I emailed to you.
I think that's let me get to this first. Get to this first. I think this is more important. I have a few questions for you, but basically the thing that everyone wants to know about.
We want to get to the findings of the investigation, which
we do.
Next, I was thinking of a
And,
quick thing that I
no,
can.
but this was very revealing and like God, yeah. No, you're right. And I'm gonna lie awake at night going like, am I sweeping for fucking Cody for some reason? And I hate that. But the Sophie
The
Long
skunk clip
thing
kind
was
of the skunk clip kind of pairs with Ritu of Healer on that theme, but we don't have to if you don't want to.
What? Okay, so right. So the healer on that theme, then it goes to the skunk clip, and then he's violent towards animals. Do you think?
Well, it wasn't. Yeah. It wasn't that.
What do you think, though? With the
Well, he wanted to catch something that was causing, and he caught a skunk in a trap. Okay, I have a property. I have traps. It's happened. Now Rekieta said that he didn't want to shoot the skunk because he thought that it would emit a smell. And that is partially true, but only partially. The reality is a skunk is in a tiny little cage, okay? It can't really move much. And if you shoot the skunk in the head, it immediately dies and you don't have the problem of a smell. Number two, he describes how he used a like an animal, like a thing, a catcher, where it has a pole, and he dragged it out all the way across his property, away from his house. He dragged it out toward the pond. Now, at that point, you're near the pond, right? You're well away from your house. He's got a property of a few acres. So if he shoots the skunk and some smell comes out, look, he's given it a quick death, a clean death. You can use your gun in a semi-rural area like that. It's a quick shot with a 22. It doesn't make a loud noise. And at least the animal doesn't suffer. And if it lets out a stink, then it's away from your house. That's the thing that you cared about all along, right? Is that you could just, but that's not what he did. Instead, he decided, oh, and by the way, you throw a blanket over the cage if you're really concerned, but you wouldn't have to. That's not what he did. He decided he would take this apparatus that he had and he would use it to put the skunk in the pond and slowly drown it.
Oh, yeah, because of course. Yeah.
And this process, he ended up, removing it after a time, and it wasn't quite dead, and he put it back down again. And he describes this process as going on for more than a half hour. And just as like a human, and you can see that he's like happy with what he accomplished.
He's
And
not
it has no
meant.
meaning
He's
in it.
not mentally fucking well. It's like it's not right, and I don't know what it is about him. I don't know.
So I'm just trying to paint a little bit of a picture here.
He like put his like it was like, I'm the trad dad. I'll never lie to you. I'll never do drugs. I'm a lawyer. It's just a ton of lies. Like, what you're telling me is so disturbing. It's making me fucking sick to my fucking stomach. That's unfucking believable. And he says it just, and I avoid watching these videos because I'm like, I can't even believe that he would say such a fucking thing. Like, and for anyone to defend this man, when I swear to God, my husband and I, like, we want nothing but for him to like get back to his roots and like do what he's good at doing, which is like just sitting there and watching the like trials or whatever, but he just can't fucking stop.
Like,
and
I'm
then
just
he tells these sick stories, this fucking anime thing. I want to throw up. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Go ahead though.
We caught a rabid raccoon in one of the traps, and you could tell it was rabid. The thing was shaking. Look, my property manager, he had a little 22 that he keeps in his truck. I mean, to stand, 5 feet, 10 feet away from a cage and just pop the thing once in the head and it's done. It's easy as pie. You don't have to be a shot. I could give you a gun and you could do it in your first shot. It's like the easiest thing in the world. For this guy to take the thing all the way by the lake and decide, like, I'm not going to pop the thing. I'm going to try to drown it. It's freaking and takes glee in it. It's freaking ridiculous. You're not showing a care for like that the animal is going to suffer while you're slowly drowning it.
Exactly.
It's really
So
demented.
would you think, right? So when you look at the photos of his house and he goes, this is fine. Remember the photos he showed of his house? It's like he doesn't have a fucking like.
The photos, if you could pull up one photo of the house, I think that's something.
Absolutely. I think we should talk about this.
Because there's an angle to this that people haven't spoken about, which is important. And it's the angle, the effect it's had on his children. Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I grew up lower middle class. I lived with my dad in high school, small 2-bedroom apartment, so I could go to the good school. And my sister lived with my mother in a small apartment. Okay. We were very far from wealthy. I worked from the time I was 15, bought my own clothes. My dad didn't always have a job. It's not a sob story. It's the way a lot of people live, okay? And they turn out perfectly fine. But I'll just even tell you that as a kid myself, you know, you're 15 years old, you're 14 years old, and look, our place didn't look like this, okay? It was neat and it was clean, but let's face it, it was a dinky little 2-bedroom apartment when my friends lived in nice 4-bedroom, 5-bedroom colonials that are actual real houses. So, when there would be a fight or something that we all wanted to chip in $5 and watch on pay-per-view and watch at somebody's house, I was never going to volunteer that it would be at my house. If I was going to go somewhere, it was going to be at somebody else's house. Okay. It wasn't going to be my friend, because you feel like a little insecurity and you feel a little embarrassed. You don't want your kid. Okay. This is what Nick Rekieta tells us that his own house looked like.
Here's the thing.
If you believe Nick. If you believe Nick, this is what his house looked like, and not worse. If you're one of his children, you're not bringing your friends over. You're freaking embarrassed. And it's like real social stigma.
It is.
On a kid.
And
for him to just pretend that doesn't exist is freaking crazy.
And for him to say, okay, so he thought that this would be like, oh, yeah, cool. So I guess I'm going to show you the video or the photos from the body cam footage from the day. We don't really know. And the gambit's out on that. We don't really know if this is the day. People were like, I guess it doesn't look that bad. He didn't show the video or the photo from the bedroom because there was blow all over the goddamn mini fridge, by the way. So of course he didn't. This is not okay. The way this looks, this is not laundry day, okay? Not everybody has a maid or somebody to organize. I know they have 5 children, but it's like this is what you were like, yeah, well, we just lived in. This is fucked up. This is what kids had to fucking walk through, and this is probably, honestly, from what I've heard and from what everybody else is saying when they saw the body cam footage, this is what it was when it was more cleaned up. This is fucked up. I'm sorry.
So there's 2 points.
Yeah.
One, if you're Nick Rekieta and you want to own the internet, here's what you do. If you're able to say, oh, you know what, look, I had problems in the past. I don't really want to revisit it, but you know what? I'm proud of the progress I've made personally. We've come a long way. We've had our stuff, we had things together for a long time. I'm going to show you pictures of my house, what it looks like today. And you're going to be able to see the whatever the metadata is. I'm going to show you what my house looks like today. And there's a bunch of pictures, and it's a nice, neat, clean house, like ordinary people live in, ordinary middle-class people. And you'll be able to say, listen, things have recovered. Everything is fine. We got our shit together pretty quickly. It's been normal for a long time. I'm glad we got out of that. And I just wanted everybody to know that I don't agree with what's the descriptions, maybe. I don't agree with that. But this is what's important. This is my reality today. Everything's cool. But he didn't do that. Why don't you think he did that? Do you think it was because he's not able to? Do you think it's because his house still looks like crap? Maybe it looks better than this, but it's probably because it looks like crap. Otherwise, he would have.
I think
if it was something he was proud of, he would show us what it looks like right now.
Actually, he probably would.
He would literally he could take his camera and walk around and say, look how great it looks.
when would he have time to even do anything when he's just sitting on the internet all day and fucking, typing at Aaron? Like, that's all it is. That's all he does. He sits there and thinks about Aaron all day when he's not thinking about the weird anime fucking bizarro thing and like not paying any attention. He showed this thinking, Gabe, that this is like, is this that bad? It was laundry day. Yes, this is that bad. This is that fucking bad. And I don't even believe that this is from the day of the fucking thing. That's what they're saying. So like this is them cleaned up. It's fucked up. This is why I feel terrible. Well, you know what? I can only feel so terrible. I don't know, like, Kayla or the kids, obviously. So I can't really, like, I don't feel like, oh my God, I'm going to cry over them. But they've been living in fucking chaos, obviously, if this is it cleaned the fuck up. And it's just fucking disturbing. He could have just not done it. He could have just not showed this, ignored everyone, let his family go back to some sort of peace, and fucking called it a day. But instead, no, it's more important to fucking talk about this shit over and over and over again to like, this is the government's fault, it's Aaron's fault, it's somebody else's fault. Wait till I read you these fucking messages, by the way.
No, people say that my house looks like shit. Well, it didn't look quite as bad, but it still looks like shit. That's not really an own. If you're really obsessed with owning the internet, you I'm not saying it's wise, but you would say, oh, look, my house looks great right now, but he didn't do that. And look, this is a guy who's terminally online. He's obsessed with owning the internet.
Terminally
so you have to wonder
online.
why he didn't do that, and you have to wonder what his house looks like now. Before we get to the serious sort of findings,
yes.
I don't, it's a short clip, but the clip from last night, which is off of YouTube, so it's easy to read, which was the where he talked about how there was he was talking about the 1 in 5 with the cocaine and all that. I don't know if you have that. If you don't, you don't.
Did you email it to me?
I did.
Okay, let's see here. 1 in 5. Everything you brought. Let's see. The 1 in 5.
If you don't though, that's okay.
It's on YouTube with the.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it, and if I can.
If you DM it to me, then let's see.
Yeah, it's what, it's out there. People can see it, but it's so. I'll describe it briefly. So, look, this is just a couple days ago. Okay, think you made all the mistakes. You're done with this, right? And he's decided he wants to make a stream where he's making fun of Kurt. And again, I'm not sitting there watching hours of these things. This was on somebody's clip. I forget whether it was Alyssa or Stalin or somebody like that. I've only been paying attention to clips for the last couple of days, right?
Right.
But he's talking about he's making fun of somebody, Kurt, I think. And he's showing Kurt like at some, I don't know, festival or whatever, right? And he sees something in chat. And he starts wanting to talk in chat about how allegedly he claims that 1 in 5 children could test positive for cocaine falsely.
It's unbelievable.
Over and over again. And it's like, you're still running with that coke?
I can find that really fast.
Because there's a bunch of things you could do if you really thought that that cocaine test was, a false positive. At the time of, you pay for it yourself and you get it retested. Defense attorneys do that stuff all the time. Okay? Yes, they were taken out of the home, but you get a thing with the court that says, look, we want to order a new test. It stays in the hair follicles a long time. The new test comes up. The defense attorney makes the new test, and it comes up a negative, and you go, look, the other one was a false positive. But he didn't do that. Okay? Look, his kid obviously got into the cocaine. You saw the kid was in the bedroom often. You know that there were kids' toys in the bedroom that are on the CPS report, that are on stuff Aaron talked about, that, it's not really an unusual or contested thing. The kid was in the bedroom often. Like, the kid got into the cocaine. It is what it is. But it's just the need to constantly lie and tell the same ridiculous lies. At this point, it's truly unbelievable that even as of a couple days ago, he was still doing that shit.
I really want to find this because it's just so him to be like, yeah.
Again, when it's so easy to
One,
prove.
and he's like, yeah, so like, well, actually, at this whatever, actually, some of these children would test positive for cocaine. Get it out of your head that maybe, or get it out of your head that, like, it couldn't be possible. He knows it, though. He knows it. It couldn't possibly be fucking out of the realm of possibility that maybe your kid knew what you were doing. They're smarter than you fucking think they are. Okay.
It's not that a kid doesn't, it's a 9-year-old. They don't know what's what. They see something around, they decide to taste it, or whatever. I mean, it's not, it happened. So just don't talk about it no more.
Right. Just get over it. Be like, okay, well, I got my kids back. Let me do better. Not like, no, that was false. That's not true.
But I just want to make very clear that he's counting on the remaining people who actually support him to believe that, they couldn't have done the normal things that a normal defense would do, because he did hire an attorney. He's got the money. You really, because you just order a second test. Yes, the kids got taken away day of your arrest. You file a quick motion with the court as soon as the test comes back, and you go, listen, and it's a girl. It's not a guy. It's not a boy child. It's a girl child. The hair's long. It's 6 months old, a year old, what have you. You retest the follicles on your own dime, and it's that simple. But he didn't do that. Okay.
Yeah. No, he doesn't. Right. And he said that they were like, they were not interested in another test or doing whatever. I think this is it. I'm pretty sure because I know I saw this. Is this it? Maybe.
For being late, I have not been feeling the best.
No, it's a long stream, and I think it's about 8 minutes. Go to 8-minute mark. I think it's about there.
8 minutes. Yeah. There you go.
I'm pretty sure, because you'll see him walking around, and you'll see it. Go to the 8-minute mark. If it's not at 8 minutes, it'll be very soon thereafter.
Yes, this is when it is. Yeah. Okay.
Was it the ridiculously loud colors that say either "come look at me" or "stay away, I'm poisonous"? Oh. Big Mama. That's funny. Big Mama says, pretty cool you can talk to a woman without getting her hooked on drugs first. Guilty as charged. Shit. I just got wrecked. Right. Oh, it used to be for profit. Brent McNamara says, do you think any of the kids at this event would test positive for cocaine if they took a hair follicle drug test? Statistically, 1 in 5 of them would, actually. That's a globally that's a global statistic on cocaine hair follicle examinations. 1 in 5 children across the entire world test positive for cocaine. It's why.
What?
And you see how it's always there's never anything real. It's all empty. It's never go look at this study. Go look at that study. Look, I posted this study on Twitter. I posted that study on Twitter. It's never anything like that. There's never any actual evidence of what he's talking about, whether it's this or whether it's legal stuff, whether, just like I explained in the Sophie Long case, whether it's falsely, accusing Alyssa Clips of trying to break up his marriage, whether it's anything else. He never shows a screenshot. He never said, it's always just empty lies with no receipts.
He's like, actually, 1 in 100 children will test positive for, like, what? No, that didn't happen. You have probably, you know what? She's 9, right? It was the 9-year-old. She's a precocious, maybe 9-year-old that saw mom and dad strung out. And if you're fucking high all the time, you can't possibly imagine. You can't imagine that maybe you left some blowout. Clearly you did. Your pillows tested positive for it. Like, Want to know why he didn't show the photos of his bedroom from the body cam? Because it was fucking covered in fucking blow on the fridge that Aaron like gave them. He can't possibly imagine that maybe she was like, I'll do this. You know, I mean, it's unfucking believable. No, it's not a fucking false negative or a false positive. He's a negative. It was a positive. All right. Your child tested positive for fucking cocaine. Stop talking about it. Move on. Try and move on from it and call it a fucking day. But no, he's like, no. What you don't understand is that there are a lot
and he goes on and on about it.
right.
And,
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Like we
People
have
don't put a ton of stock in hair follicle tests because they don't believe that 1 in 5 children are actually using cocaine. So 1 in 5 children testing positive for it is a little bit weird and a little bit high. But to answer your question, yes, statistically, 1 in 5 of them should.
Yeah, he paused. You see him moving his eyes all around like he's some googly. I mean, does this look like somebody who's telling the truth? Literally, his eyes are up, down, all around as he's saying this. Like if you took a body language class, I mean, this would be body language 101, picture of a liar.
He also just doesn't even look well. He's like, when's my next whippet break? Like looking over, he's sweating, and then yes, actually, statistically, no, they would test positive for this, or like it galls me. It's unfucking believable. It doesn't. Of course, your children aren't going to tell you that, like, yeah, daddy, I saw you and mom doing this, so I did it. I snuck into your room in the middle of the night and, snorted some coke off the weird cuck fridge. Like, of course, they're not going to tell you that. Then he tries to get ahead of it by blaming the nanny for like alcohol. It's we all know this, and it's completely unbelievable.
Yes, speaking of that, if you could please pull up the image, which is either on my Twitter or whatever, of what Nick decided to share with the class last night.
Nick?
Which, if you scroll down even just on my Twitter timeline, you'll find it real quick, and you pull up the image where Nick talked about what he talked about.
You got it.
So we can get into the serious stuff.
Then we'll get to the really serious stuff. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, bag, shake. Gabe. Very mature content. Nick said, legally is afraid of people realizing it's no. People who act desperate and deranged.
Yeah, just keep going. You'll find it. It's from last night.
Ethan Van Sciver. It's before that. Bum. June 11th? No. It was just a post, but let's see.
Yeah, I can find it in about. Find it pretty quick.
Just DM it to me.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna just DM you this thing real quick too.
Perfection.
So I'm gonna DM you this quick 1-minute clip that I just want us to watch, and then I'll DM you the other thing too. So that we have that. That'll be second, and then that gets us into the serious stuff.
You got it.
Okay, so boom. Show the small clip.
All right, got it now.
So while she's bringing this up, I just want to point out the time that this happened. You'll see that this is from a few years ago. This isn't something that was a year or two ago or 3 when Rekieta was getting kind of deep in the bag and in the throes of drug addiction. You can just tell by the way that they looked. This is like a few years ago when everybody thought they were nice and upstanding people and YouTubers.
When I was 11 years old in 6th grade.
So this is the state of their household when everybody thought that they were normal. Okay.
Yeah, right.
But they really weren't. as you're gonna see.
Have another clean cup right now.
I don't know that this cup was clean.
The cup's kind of clean.
They're all is the same amount clean.
I used it earlier today.
And when else?
Earlier today. I watched it last night.
I'm surprised.
Yeah. Leave me alone. It's clean because it's got whiskey in it. That's all it has. It's just murderous whiskey.
Our kid told me that he lies to his friends at school.
Why are you talking to me about this now?
You'll understand in a minute. You'll understand.
Okay.
So he came home and he's like, Mom, it's so weird. Like, I hate changing my clothes. He's 11. I hate changing my clothes. So I wore the same thing 2 days in a row without thinking. And my friend asked me why I was wearing the same thing. And I lied and said I washed it. That's why
I
I'm
did watch that last night. You leave me alone. Jeez. Goodness gracious. Not just fortunate that I watched it last night.
Watched it now.
Yeah, well, oh, you thought I said wash. I did not. Anyway, okay.
So that's it. Oh, I just realized something. I got allergies, and I itched my nose for a second. So maybe people will make a clip of that and think that I'm Nick Rekieta. I don't know. So look,
Not at all. No.
when I was 11 years old, I can't think of one time ever. Like, if I was 11 years old and I tried to wear the same clothes to school 2 days in a row, I mean, somebody would have stopped me, one of my two parents. Like on my way out, come down for breakfast or on my way out the door, would have said something. They would have recognized I never did try anything like that. I just can't imagine they wouldn't. Like when you're that age, and especially, you're in school and there's activity and other kids are seeing you. That goes to show the state of their household. Even when we thought they were normal and that they were on top of things as parents.
That's what his thing was. I'm the trad dad.
But I think in general, if people start going back and they start looking at clips that are 4 or 5 years old, you're going to, and to look for that, people are going to start seeing signs that like, look, this descent into the drug and the alcohol abuse, this was slow and this went on for many years. Because a kid going to school with the same dirty clothes for a second day in a row, man, that's two parents who are really screwed up. That's two parents who are just too hungover to even frickin' notice.
Right. Well, God. I know more about that than you even want to know. But the thing is, it's like these things don't come from nowhere. They didn't come from nowhere. People like, yes, he's like, look, we have all of these clothes, or they're weird, like, Salvation Army looking closet for them, and it looked organized and lovely. Actually, I don't mean to say Salvation Army. I mean, it's like, yes, you have 5 kids, you have this big house. I do the same thing. You have this like whole rack of clothes. He's like, oh, look, the kids don't have any clothes. But yeah, but you're not paying any attention to them. They're just not even changing their fucking clothing. That didn't come from like somebody just made it up. It's been said a million times that you just haven't been paying attention to your children. I suppose. Like, what else could what else is the possibility, right? I mean, what is it? I don't know. But
It is the clips they speak to us. Yeah, that was actually in the Kayla. I think it was that was in the Kayla Rekieta, I guess semi-private thread on Kiwi Farms. So I hope that becomes public soon. There's just a lot of clips in there that could be resources. If you have any super chats that you need to read or questions that you need to ask before we get into the serious stuff, now's probably the time.
Kids, we're gonna get into the serious stuff. Should I play a little video while I'm gonna pee, and then we'll read the.
Oh no, you're not allowed to do that.
No, I have to.
Okay, well then I'll come back in a minute as well.
All right, I'm gonna play a video. We'll be right back, ladies and gents. Hang on one sec. Don't you worry, we'll be right.
Eugene, what should I play? In the meantime. We'll be right back with you, ladies. I swear we're back. It is me. It's Kiki. Eugene was talking to me.
It's always my fault.
It is. It is his fault.
I want the chokehold.
We're going to get to the fucking chokehold.
And then I put you in a chokehold and said, get to the chokehold.
And then since this has been a little bit it's not
3 hours. We need a chokehold.
I know. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for everyone still here, 1 million Kiki. Let's get to some. I'm going to go ahead and make sure I've read all of these because I see all of you. I hear you. I feel you. I love you. Let's read these super chats really fast. Then we're going to have some fun. Well, it's not really fun, but it's we're trying to keep it as light as possible, ladies and gents. Okay, let's see. La 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 la. Shuli Fro, the big hand and the little hand. Oh, okay. Thank you. Shuli Fro, the big hand and the little hand are both on 5. What time is it? Please say. Fuck yeah, DeVito. I got it. I get it. I know. Okay. Kip Smith, member for 2 months. How do I get Kiki Bucks? Nick sucks. Yuck. Fart. Love it. Love it. Cast Iron, thank you for the 19.99. Pod Awful is watching. We saw that one. Douglas Stewart, thank you for the $49.99. Pay the lady, and thanks, Gabe. You make everything more interesting. We did this one already. Just making sure. Game. Hey, Rekieta is a bad dude. Also, Brian Singer. Oh, okay. Thank you for. Okay, there you go. Hi, there you go.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you didn't have any big. Wanted to make sure you didn't have any big 20s. That you had to. You can do small ones after we're done.
Yeah.
So
yes, absolutely. This one we already read, I think.
Yeah, you did all that. So look, the serious, things. Again, I can't. Any allegation of physical abuse against anybody, I view that as a serious criminal allegation. I don't know what somebody's going to say or not. I don't know what the result's going to be. I don't know who's going to speak to me. And I don't know beforehand what they're going to say, whether I'm going to determine it to be credible, whether I'm going to be able to cross-reference it, get, confirmations from other people, and do the work that you need to do to be able to bring it forward and say that you believe it's credible.
Sure.
So with that said, I'll start with something small, but it's quick. There's a female who was a fan of the Reketas, and she went to meet them for the first time in real life. I won't say exactly where or when, although I know those things. And it was in public. It was in broad daylight. This wasn't in some, dingy, dusty bar. And literally,
What's the timeline? Like this is before all of this happened, or
this is a couple of years ago. This is maybe 3 years ago. And this is not some dingy, dusty place. Now, this fan has directly been in touch with Rekieta before, but not anything that was like sexual, nothing like that. Okay? This fan was never in touch with Kayla Rekieta in any way, shape, or form. The fan goes up and gets, and they meet them, and Nick makes the introduction to Kayla. And then out of nowhere, Kayla gives the fan a hug, the woman, and and it wasn't anything the fan would describe as unusual in terms of the hug itself, right? But the first thing Kayla says, she's just met this person, right? The first thing Kayla says is, "Oh, I accidentally grabbed your boob," and then turns to Nick and kind of gives a look. And it's just, look, it's not like assault, it's not like a violation, it's not criminal, but I had this corroborated, and it seemed like it was something that was while it's very small, it's indicative, I believe, of the nature of the Rekieta relationship for a very long time. We obviously saw, Nick swearing up and down to potentially criminal that he wasn't swinging after the whole hot tub thing, and then he was. So we know that. But
all he does is lie. That's 100%.
These things have been going on for a longer time. Okay. Progressing to the more serious. So pull up the screen cap of the tweet that Nick said last night.
Okay, let's see here. You you sent it to me right here. La 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 la. Okay. All right. Bing, bing, bing. There you are. This a one.
Yeah. Yes. So click on the one with the most text there, the first one. They are likely going to say to bring up the image itself.
Nick Rekieta has some things he would like.
So that's the one. Just hold it there. So Nick, this is Rekieta law. It says they're going to claim I choke slammed my son in the lobby of a chiropractor. I know this because our former nanny tried this allegation before, and CPS found no merit to it. So what do you think that means?
Okay, first of all, when we were texting about this, it's like, it's a very specific thing to say, right? There has to be something going on here. Obviously, something fucking happened, correct?
So the chiropractor was at the time his sister-in-law. He's confirmed that on stream. He no longer speaks with the sister-in-law. The whole, that part of the family is apparently estranged from them, which is just sad and terrible thing. I hope they get it back together. I hope they can figure it out. So, but what we can read into this is the following: that something happened with him and his son, right? And then his son, told the nanny at some point in time. And then after he was arrested for the cocaine, one of the main questions that CPS had of multiple people that I spoke with, and again, I speak with people on the phone. I want to be able to ask questions. I want to be able to hear live reactions to see, is somebody full of it, or are they able to answer relatively quickly and specifically? You have to do some, the best element of real journalism you can. If you're just texting or DMing, you're not going to get that human flavor to be
So
able
what
to
you're
discriminate.
saying is you have spoken with
I'm
you
not
have
saying
sources.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying I spoke with anybody or that I'm not.
Okay.
But what I am saying is that just from reading the plain text that Nick Rekieta told us, right?
Mhm.
Either the nanny completely made this up out of thin air, like she watched WWE, or the son told the nanny about something happening at the chiropractor. That whatever it was that happened there, I'm not saying it was criminal. I'm not saying it wasn't. I don't know if it crossed any lines, but whatever did go down, that I believe from a plain reading of this, the son felt that it was disturbed him enough that he decided to confide in the nanny about it. That's
Holy
point one,
moly.
right?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. And point two, again, from what he's telling us, that the nanny thought it was important enough to bring it up to CPS. Right now, if we're going to be fair to Rekieta and we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt, we'd say the following. We'd say that at the time of the arrest, people, obviously people who were either family members or had been part of the household, like the nanny that weren't there anymore, obviously they knew what a freaking disaster, Rekieta and his wife are in the whole house was. They wanted something to change. And could there have been a motivation to embellish a little bit? Or is there a little bit of a difference between Whisper Down the Lane, where the son says one thing and then the nanny says something else a couple months later, or a few months later, or even several months later? That's a possibility too. That's up to your own benefit. I'm just looking at what is plain here, and I'm trying to lay out the alternatives for people to, for me to be fair, lay out the alternatives and let people come to conclusions they want. But something happened.
Clearly, something happened. And here's a question no one's asking. At a chiropractor who was having their, that's the worst place to choke slam someone.
Whether it was
Terrifying.
whether Rekieta is exaggerating on purpose, whether there was exaggeration by which is somewhat likely because the description from the nanny to CPS was almost certainly not choke slam, right? Like that's WWE comical. But whatever the nanny,
his
right?
self-reporting is unbelievable. It's like, right. I was talking to Aaron about this today. I'm like, that's not something that you and I discussed or anything. It's like, no, exactly. It's just the weirdest thing. It's so fucking specific that I'm sorry, this nanny didn't just come up with this out of thin air. It just didn't happen.
But there was an allegation. I think it's reasonable to say there was an allegation that concerned that was some kind of physical altercation. Now I'm going to go back to what I spoke about before, the tip of the iceberg, right?
Yes.
If this is something that if there was something that the son felt important enough to tell the nanny about, right?
Yeah.
And that thing happened in public, what happens in private?
It's the exact same thing. If he speaks to me like this in public, imagine how he speaks to his family in fucking private. Like,
we were in a sexual and very romantic relationship for a long time.
I'm sorry.
She's like you're retarded.
You retard.
She's too dumb to talk to you.
Are you retard? You dumb bitch.
She's dumb.
Piggy, jump off a cliff.
You are so wrong. That's how he fucking, after 2 minutes, speaks to me, a person he's never met in fucking in person. Okay, if that's how he immediately, after maybe 1 or 2 whippets, speaks to me, and then has to take 1,000 more whippets. Imagine how he fucking speaks to his children and speaks to his fucking wife. Okay, that he was going to leave for April, by the way. Right. Exactly. So imagine how his fucking kids feel. So this does not shock me. It doesn't shock me at all. Right.
So now we're going to talk about an incident with Kayla. And again, look, standard practice, you're talking about multiple parties. Okay.
Sure.
Where I feel I feel this allegation is credible because there's multiple conversations with multiple parties where, similar things came up where I believe it to be credible. Now, something, so just as a matter of practice, you're talking about that edge of legality, right? In public, like with this redo of Healer. And you're talking about the same level of legality that has been discussed by other people on other podcasts that have witnessed interactions between, Kayla and Nick. In other words, again, not illegal, but improper, weird, provocative, where Nick is getting up in her face, like up against a wall. And he's significantly taller than she is. She's pretty short. And he's yelling at the top of his lungs, just like he was with you, just like we've seen that rage before go off on a hair trigger. And it's hit me, hit me, hit me. Okay? He's physically imposing, he's towering over her, and he's yelling, hit me, hit me, hit me, as they're having an argument.
Do you know the Aaron story where he said
I don't, but people can
well,
look at
just
I don't
quickly,
need to get into any specifics.
he goes, go in there and fix her. That's one that sticks in my head. And I didn't really, I'm like, that sounds crazy. But the way that he screams and fucking goes nuts, that makes sense to me.
So again, you're talking about getting up to the edge of legality. Doesn't mean it's abusive or not. But I want to ask you the question. A guy is your husband's towering over you. He's whatever, 6 feet tall and you're 5'2" or something. He's got his arms are there and you're against the wall and he's right next to you, face to face almost. And he's screaming, hit me, hit me, hit me. At some point, what is he expecting to happen? What is he trying to provoke? Okay? Because guess what? I'm not saying I don't have any evidence that any such thing happened. This is purely hypothetical. But a reasonable person would sit there and go, wait a minute. Well, what if she does finally hit him? What's going to happen next? Well, now you're in a situation where you can claim things of self-defense, this and that. She hits you, it leaves a mark. Then, it's just, you're pushing right up that edge and you're trying to get into it. Okay. We're going to talk about a specific incident concerning he and his wife. And again, it gets with his behavior right up to the edge of legality, but there's an actual violent impact that happens as a result of his action. It's not something like a court of law would be like, oh, you're guilty, you did this, because he did not commit the physical act. Okay. But any common sense person, would be like, okay, it's abusive, it's wrong, it's ridiculous, it's, indicative of somebody who's really freaking messed up.
Yeah.
Where Rekieta, and again, this is multiple parties. This is the result of conversations with multiple parties. Okay. There was an incident with Kayla in the shower where there was, again, close quarters, pressed up against a wall, screaming very loudly. And there's not really a way for Kayla to kind of physically get out of that when somebody's without, doing something physical herself, which means she's afraid. She doesn't want to do that. And he's screaming at the top of his lungs and she just wants it to stop. And out of frustration, just, anger, whatever, she ends up smashing her head against there's like bricks, glass bricks that are part of like a window that are like higher up in a shower. So you have like a wall and you have glass bricks like a window, and she slams her head against the glass bricks, and she does it enough where there's a gash in the back of her head. It was approximately 1 inch, and later for a short period of time, she had what could be described as mild concussive symptoms. Again, is it something that Nick did to her? No. Is it something that's criminal in nature? No. But is it abusive? Is it messed up? Did it
100%
injury?
abusive.
Yes.
Yeah. Emotionally, oh God, psychologically, absolutely. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Look, there's a former close family friend. And again, all of these, we're talking about conversations with multiple parties. None of these things are the result of just one conversation with one person. I want to make this
Sure.
clear.
Yeah.
But
Don't make it quick. Drag it out. This is great. Thank you. God.
so, look, there is a former close, something again that I believe to be credible. That there's a former close family friend who is not a family friend any longer. And, you can speculate as to what reasons might be, and there could be a lot. That somebody who used to spend a lot of time around the Rekietas wouldn't be spending time around them anymore, that are obvious and that are in front.
Yeah.
But something that this particular family friend relayed, something that friend felt disturbed them. And that friend witnessed Nick Rekieta, getting physical with his children in a impulsive and disciplinary manner. Not punching, not illegal. I want to make that very clear. Not a punch or something that would, okay? But again, we want to get back to tip of the iceberg. We want to get back to thinking about how normal families interact with each other, where you're in front of somebody who's not a member of the family.
And
Okay? There's this, and if you have to physically discipline a child, okay, if that's a parent's judgment, some do, some don't. But you're talking about getting, and it should be a decision that's made out of a thought process, right? That like you believe that this is the appropriate parenting because of certain reasons that you've come up with. Like, oh, look, okay, let me give you an example. And I'm not saying it's how everybody parents, right? But one of your kids, you walk in and one of your kids is just beating the hell out of a younger sibling who's smaller, and they shouldn't be doing that. And you're sitting there going, you know what? The only way I can discipline them, the only way that parent thinks is right, and things like this happen all the time. But a rational parent would drag the kid into another room if there's company over, right? Drags, you're with company, you walk in, it's happening. You drag the kid into another room. And I'm not saying, again, that this specifically happened in this case. I'm giving just a completely made up example of when and how somebody might handle physical discipline if there are others present that are not your immediate family. You drag them into a room and you do your spanking or whatever you got to do there, right? But this was described as, so even if it's just a smack, even if it's just a little something, this friend was disturbed by behavior that this friend, in this friend's long association with the Rekietas, this friend felt this was a pattern of behavior that this friend had not seen before in the past. And this was something that disturbed the friend to the point where the friend, now there could be other reasons again. This is one reason that the friend didn't want to be, with them in that immediate vicinity again, because it was a change in behavior they didn't like. Now, again, we're going to get back to the tip of the iceberg, because if you're somebody who's hanging out with, look, your neighbor's down the street, right?
Right.
And you see one of them, and again, not in any legal way, they're not leaving a mark, but you just see something impulsive with your neighbors where, for whatever reason, a misbehavior thing, something, and you see a physical, an act of physical discipline.
Anything
you
physical.
wouldn't be comfortable with that they did that in front of you.
In
If
this
it was
day
just
and
like a
age,
snap
I don't
thing, boom, I'm mad at you, I'm gonna, do something physical, anything. You
Yeah.
wouldn't like it. It wouldn't feel
In
right.
my opinion, anybody that's doing anything like that in this day and age, I don't know. I who the fuck is doing that? And to the point where it disturbed a friend, allegedly or whatever. That's fucking.
Like, again, I'm not making any specific accusations. I'm being.
Exactly. It's all.
I've done this at a much higher level, in the past, and I understand that certain details do need to be left out to protect the identities of the people with whom I spoke.
Believe
but
me,
enough
I
detail needs to be conveyed where hopefully the audience finds, or that my investigation and the manner in which I determined things to be credible is enough where they believe it to be credible too.
And I
There's a
trust
balance
you.
that needs to be
And
struck,
Gabe, this
and
is
that's the balance I'm trying to strike. That again, I'm not alleging any specific acts. I'm describing it as being physical with a form of discipline on an impulsive basis in front of this friend, that this friend was no longer comfortable for that and potentially other reasons. And because tip of the iceberg, okay, if you're that friend and you see something in front of you that you ain't comfortable with or that you think is impulsive, you're going, wait a minute, what's the next step here? Because you don't want to run the risk that you might see something that you actually have to go to the cops and talk about, or that you feel like a piece of crap. You don't want to run the risk that you see something that actually is, like that. You just want to get the hell out of there. You might have a word with your friend or have a conversation, but,
Can you fucking imagine? Yeah, right. If this is what, you would do in front of a friend. And also, again, they were on drugs. They admittedly. So I don't know. Trad dad of the year. Jesus Christ.
Chat is free to guess whatever they want. There are people that I spoke with that chat wouldn't even guess. I can tell you that much because I spoke with on the phone a significant number of people. It's not one or two or three even. And look, there's some people that ain't going to be happy unless I said something that was going to make the cops barge down Nick Rekieta's door tomorrow. I don't have any control over that. Whether they think it's the tip of the iceberg or not, it's up to them.
So you think so? Yeah. So it's so funny that he self-reports himself, right? It's like there is a choke slam my son at a chiropractor. That came from somewhere, but from what you're telling me, there's even more than that. Allegedly.
These are things that I believe to be credible. I think I've been specific enough with, what happened with Kayla in that incident that left the 1-inch gash in the back of her head. Again, not something he directly did, but, was he the instigator? Did he instigate the series of events that led to it? Look, she did it herself, but he's, that's one example of multiples. I just, look.
Holy moly.
I hope that the things that I've learned that I believe to be true, I hope that is not the tip of the iceberg. I hope that's the whole iceberg. I really do. I don't hate the guy. Look, I've talked a little shit on Twitter when he talked shit first, but that's just talking crap. I don't want to ruin a guy's life. I don't want nothing like that. I hope that the things that I'm talking about are enough in the past where the Nick Rekieta of June 2025 is not living like that anymore, and he's not doing those things like that anymore. I really hope that's the case. I hope there's not a whole iceberg underneath. What you want to believe as an audience and what you want to speculate on is up to you.
It's true.
That's the court of public opinion.
Do you have okay. So here's something before I forget, then I'll
and look, this is a week and a half worth. I'm not, again, I was never a Rekieta A-log. I'm not going to be. I felt that there are probably people out there that thought there was maybe something worse that was at the tip of the iceberg, and I didn't find that. And that he should view that as positive. And I think he should, I hope there ain't nothing worse, and he should hopefully view my characterizations of things as fair and credible. But ultimately, again, he's got a choice. Look, he could be a man, and if he wants to totally do a react to the whole stream and laugh at you being a retard with your tech issues.
He will.
He could do all that he wants and produce some content.
That's the thing, though. He
could just ignore it, or whatever he wants, and that's cool with me.
The smart thing would be to ignore it. but he won't. He's already given us, I don't even know how much money. But
Unless you got any final questions,
before I let you go, and this
I will
is
be,
not,
I will be making my exit from the sector, as it were.
it is not actually that is not actually what I expected you to say. So thank you, my God. But it doesn't shock me. It definitely does not shock me. Just a few things.
There are no winners in something like this.
Yeah,
It's not about like, do you got a personal? No, I mean, and again, look, from I don't know 2017 to 2019 when I thought it was interesting, I go on CNBC. I would go on CNBC 10 times a year. If I wanted to go on CNBC next week, I text the producer. I just I found doing that with the sort of live debates on things interesting, pressure situation, intellectual exercise. Did it. This is not about clout for me. I ain't making no money. I took my own time. I felt that accusations of a physical nature against women and children were something that I should look into, determine what I think is credible and what I think isn't, and convey my findings along with what I think is a reasonable picture of the person. And I think the redo of Healer thing is a very important picture of him that wasn't in the lore.
Definitely.
And I really do believe the Sophie Long saga is a very important, allegation, or not allegation, but a very important characterization of him as an attorney that I hope gets clipped and gets followed and that people focus on, because I believe that's a tremendously massive part of his story that wasn't out there before. That those are a couple things I could control that, hopefully you find, look, maybe you don't like my style. I ain't a professional streamer and I never will be.
I
tried
love
my
your
best. I did what I
style.
could do.
Believe me, I've had a marvelous time. That actually was not what I was expecting you to say, but I will say this, and I guess from what I know, that makes 100% sense. And that is very fucking unfortunate. But here's a couple questions I had. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my God, you're so entertaining. I didn't even get to any of these. So I guess
important. You don't have if you don't have any $20 ones, you don't have any important ones.
Yes, we all right. We have 90 super chats. We could go through them all, but let me
only if you have ones that are 20
I
that
just
require an answer.
20 or more. Yes, I just
require
want
that have questions that I need to answer for you to get paid, right?
Yes.
If they don't have a question, you can wait till I'm gone.
Then we'll wait. Do you? Okay. Oh my gosh. Let's see. So, and I guess you can't answer this. Did you talk to any? You probably can't answer this. You cannot tell us who you spoke to, allegedly, or anything.
Or who I didn't speak with. Just
okay.
Do it.
Did you allegedly speak with any family members?
I will not say one way or the other. That's
okay. Love it.
What I do,
Probably can.
Yes, how I do it. You people either look. There are people a lot more powerful than Nick Rekieta and a lot worse things than what we're talking about. That have been there and done that and brought people forward in a lot of different situations. You don't. Somebody either has your trust and confidence, or they don't.
Yep.
And if you ever break that, then
you can't.
You can't do that again. So.
Was anyone scared or reluctant to speak with you?
Of course, there's reluctancy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably you get in touch. There's a technique, and you speak with people on the phone, and you describe what you're looking to do, and they get a sense of you, and what your track record is in terms of what you've done before, and you hope to gain their trust and confidence that they will then decide that that you can properly vet things and choose to bring forward what you believe is credible in a way that, again, be specific enough where the audience understands that you had a real conversation, got real details, had third-party corroboration, had things that you needed to see, receipts and such, but that you didn't do it you don't do it in such a way that specifically, like, directly 100% outs any one person.
Because of course not. Because yeah, in sticky situations and fucking like horrific situations like this, yeah, it's you don't want to out anybody. Everyone's it's a touchy thing, obviously. So was there the credible evidence of spousal abuse?
Oh, I want.
Did Kayla feel comfortable to I know you didn't speak
I
with
can't
her.
say who I spoke with, and I said what my
Yeah.
findings are, what they are. So I don't have anything to add.
Okay. But it's yes, exactly. Do you think that Nick is dangerous today? Still. And still on drugs, even, maybe. In
Okay.
your opinion, this
In
is
my
just your opinion.
He's shown we discussed that he's shown every, whether it's talking about wanting to do ketamine therapy, whether it's talking about crushing Adderall, whether it's the voice going all over the place that sounds like whippets, whether it's the red nose that looks like you snorted something, whether it's the really sudden changes in mood. I mean, going from where he was 1 second to acting like you're trying to kill his kids and screaming at the top of his lungs, turning purple like a 2-year-old. These are all the signs of somebody who's not healed.
Well, yeah,
and,
exactly.
not prepared for, to handle the stress of the public fishbowl that is, a streamer's life, especially a streamer that has the history that he does.
Yeah.
And look, I hope he gets better. I hope he. Look,
That's my
I
thing.
hope he hasn't snapped on anybody in a way that's illegal, and I hope that he never does.
God, yeah, that is pretty fucking disturbing. I mean,
can
I
you just
don't wish
do me-
him ill will. I think because he is
Can you do
entertaining.
me? Can you do me
Go ahead.
one final favor?
Sure.
One final favor. Okay. Can you go to the clip, the email that's titled "Mersh's worst moment"?
Oh,
I want to
yes.
close with that
I
because
have
that's not
these
part of the law.
too. Yeah, I know. Okay.
Just the email that's Mersh's worst moment. I want
I
to pull
have
that up on a stream as a final thing. While people are looking at that, you can see the timestamps in my email.
Mhm. I have the whole deal here. Let's see.
But people can watch the porcelain documentary. It's part 1. It's the 41-minute mark to about the 55-minute mark. Porcelain, when he made it, I learned about it. He was in the process, and he did a live stream with Medicare, and they were speaking about it, and they spoke about the part of Mersh's biography that was me. And so I listened to that, and I'm like, oh, well, there's a little bit of a gap here and there between kind of how he gets from being angry at me to getting angry at Cernovich. So I filled him in. I did it through a series of voice texts, and Porcelain was really like a wizard. He's like, can I use this? And I'm like, well, do whatever you want. And he snipped like 15 seconds from this, minute long one and 20 seconds from that minute long one. And he just put it together and he filled in the story. And it was really remarkable that was the first interaction I ever had with somebody who was like in the garbage of the internet. I just never had it before, and I had no idea these people existed or what it was.
So I've had limited contact with this person, but at the very least, I'll put it lightly, he seems troubled. So I'm gonna go 10:30, like you said.
So I'll give it 60-second summary. So he hit me up in like 2017, maybe October. I think he saw me on InfoWars. I had been doing TV, like, broadcasts of all kinds of stuff all over the world, stations, from my house. I had gone on Fox Business. I had gone on Entertainment Tonight. I'd done a lot of media. And so, look, we'd get hit with a lot of requests. Some things that we thought were smaller would go to my co-producer, Matt Valentinas. Like, Matt did the Sam Tripoli show. He did a lot of shows. He was great. He's amazing. And I would generally do the larger media. And I saw this DM, and it was like, the first thing I would do is I would just kind of click on, like, who is the person? How big are they? And I click on this YouTube channel, and it's got maybe 1,000 subscribers in like late October of 2017. And it's Mersh, and he's asking me for an interview about my film. and I just kind of ignore it. And he hits me up again, and he's asking again, and I'm like, oh, look, I've been busy. I'll, see what I can do. Like I try to give a polite whatever.
Sure.
And he hits me again, and he's like, listen, he tells me that, he was abused in a sexual manner as a child, that he's a survivor of that he saw me here, here and there, and that he's got a small show that he's just starting with his partner, and that it would really mean a lot to him. He's going through the whole bag. He starts telling me that he's poor, that he's really poor, and this and that. And I don't know nothing about this guy. But eventually I'm like, all right, listen, what time is your show? He says 4 to 6. I say, look, during the week, I think, look, I can't guarantee what day, but if I get time one day, he had a phone number, I'll just call in and I'll just kind of talk to you for a bit.
Yeah.
That's what I did. And he was real happy about that. And he asked me, he's like, listen, we're really trying to build our thing. He asked me for some info about Nickelodeon pedophiles. I give him the info. It turns out that that's like the first live stream or the first video that they post that gets like 100,000 people watching it, which is a big deal if you're a channel with 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, that you're getting like 200, 300 videos of you.
Sure.
And I'm thinking, I did a nice thing for this guy. That's great. He asked me to keep him up on what else is going on. Once in a while, DM him a story here or there, something I break or something that happens, because he says he's, it only takes me 30 seconds to do an act of kindness. But then one day there was something he disagreed with me. It's in the porcelain thing, minute 51 to minute 55 of part 1. And he just goes ballistic. And, then he's obsessed with me for months and months on end after that. So this clip is maybe that I'm aware of Mercer's worst moment ever.
Okay, here we
And
go.
just
And
putting
also
it
the stuff that you sent me, and again, it was like going back through all of the emails, going back through like 5 years of like internet lore. But there was one moment, and I had to ask my husband, I had to ask him, I'm like, didn't we hear that he was like waving a gun around and talking about Gino? And that's why he got his like something.
Oh yeah, that's the one thing before you do this.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
can you put the picture
that
on
was
screen?
it.
Him can you put the picture on screen?
Yeah, and it's I won't put the
You can.
no.
Yeah, you can put the picture. Sure.
Well, I screen grabbed it so that hang on one sec. I have a
Well,
1,000.
people might is so like Kino Casino sometimes, or I'll see a clip channel and something funny will happen to him, like when he got his car repossessed live on stream a few months ago, or like he's whining about how his life is terrible, and 1 minute he's saying that he's like doing better than the Kino Casino when he gets like, I don't know, 1/10 of their viewers, and then like the clip will show him like a minute later and he's saying that like nobody's donating enough and he only got like $100 that night. They're hilarious clips of him that are out there that once in a while I'll pull up YouTube or I'll see something on a Kino Casino clip channel and I'll think it's funny. And I enjoy that. And I enjoy watching this guy.
As much as I hate it, I'm sorry, those boys do a good job. And as evil as they've been to me, it even makes me laugh when they're rude to me. I'm like, God damn it. I hate it.
They've been worse on me than they ever been to you, I'm sure. And by the way, the reason this thing went so long is because, Israel has attacked Iran. And, because of the payments I get directly from Jerusalem, I was a paid operative to try to distract you from.
Oh, you're making a joke. I love that.
But in all seriousness, this
I don't want to show it because he has a gun here, but I did.
You can don't be.
Yeah,
the one thing that I did that I want.
Like that's the photo, and you can imagine like that's what he looks like. And then
So people will DM me stuff sometimes about Mersh. And like, look, earlier this year when he got his car repossessed live on stream and a bunch of he's having a really bad time. But I got DMs that there were like 3 or 4 times in the space of maybe 3, 4, 5 weeks where, because somebody would, they send me a link and a timestamp where like, and I'm not kidding, where he was just drunk and God knows what out of his mind. You could hear the alcohol just dripping off of him. And he was getting mad at people. And he was literally pulling a gun out that was on his desk. And he was pointing it at the screen. And he was threatening people and he was like saying all kinds of slurs, and he was saying he would
said
murder
it
him.
about Gino. He
Oh.
said something. He was like, Gino. We were like, we don't really watch him, but people kept texting us like he had a gun and he was saying something about it. And poor Gino was just like, we don't even know what you're talking about. I mean, what is that? I mean, everybody loves Gino.
He's gay, but he has a special connection to classical music. There's many things that are interesting about him.
So maybe he was watching that and he was like, yeah, right. But we never ever saw it. And I
couldn't even give this to Keanu. They can't show something like that on the, but after it was a couple of months went by, and I just thought to myself one day, I'm like, I enjoy watching this. And like, if a troll does this and like sets him off somehow, like you get the police knocking on your door. Like this is like a county sheriff or something in Florida. They don't mess around. You have federal things. Like, no, for real. Like somebody, if you do that to the wrong person and they start, hey, I want to actually enjoy the merch content. So I thought, okay, listen, what is the least important payment thing that he gets? And it's PayPal. Like he gets most of his stuff from Rumble and Cash App.
Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, beg, shake.
Well, he's got the QR code on the thing like an internet beggar, but PayPal's not really, So I said, listen, I'm going to report his PayPal, and I'm going to post about it, but I'm going to post a funny picture because he's all googly-eyed. And I'm going to say this is why I did it, because I want him to see that and realize, like, listen, this might end up like I'm running a risk of actually not being able to make content anymore. And I want to enjoy the content. People like Pod Awful and other people want to enjoy it. So actually, the funny thing is that, because look, I didn't want to cancel the guy. I mean, so the funny thing is, I saw something on a clip channel.
He canceled himself, I guess. I mean,
But I see something on this clip channel. I think it's Angie Clips, like right afterwards. And he actually thanks me because I guess he was getting paid with Rumble through PayPal or something, like maybe more regularly, and it takes a cut. But that Rumble will send it right to your bank if you want to get paid a little less frequently, and you don't have to give up the cut. And so he's like, I saved $200 a month, and thank you, Gabe. I just wanted to try to be a little based and see a course correction so that we can continue to enjoy his foibles. So it was for preservation. It wasn't for actually hurting the guy.
So
And
let's watch him,
out.
right?
It ended up more. So he's literally in a ghetto hotel in Fort Lauderdale as he's filming this. Okay.
Yeah.
You can see the metal grid that you have in like a ghetto place. Like, a nice place will have like a glass, like, a glass facade in between the bars. And this is like metal. And he's like inland. He's not anywhere near the beach. And he's facing like the inner city of Fort Lauderdale. Like he's just in the absolute like shittiest place. So go ahead and play.
Let's take a look. Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry, boys and girls. Here you go. You want to see me? Look at this guy. Oh my God. I shaved my head. Almost naked. Look at this. I look like I'm undergoing cancer treatment.
It's sad.
This is like worse than Britney Spears. This is like Arthur
with
Fleck
that,
and Joker.
Reddit.
Leave
Look at
Mercy alone. No, I'm just kidding.
Look at that. Oh.
He can't even hold the camera straight.
There you go. It's me, Bolt, and
Actually,
being
just the reflection of his back is unbelievable.
He's so
terrible. And
pause it for a sec. He's so absolutely shittered in this clip that he can't even hold the cat. Like he's just wobbling the entire time. He's completely manic and wasted. You can hear the liquor dripping off of him, and he just went manic and decided he was going to shave his own head. It's amazing.
He just shaved his own head here in this clip.
Well, he has shaved it.
Me? Oh, he had shaved it. Okay.
He just has shaved it in like the middle of a completely manic episode.
Frightening. Oh my gosh.
And I've been drinking a lot, and we went and did Luke's show and Elijah's show. That's great. But I've also been drinking.
Yeah, we're gonna play another 30 seconds, and then we're gonna move to the next timestamp.
Does it still say it?
Yeah, you're good. Just hit play.
Thinking a lot and not being very stable. So my money situation, just give me money. Still recording, I guess. No, I don't. Let's not do that. What are we doing? What are we doing here? I was just
Oh, this is sad.
flipping the thing, so they don't need to look at me this whole time.
Okay.
No, but like, how do we? There we go. Flip camera. Hey, there we go.
He can't even figure out his camera. He's so wasted.
Oh my God, what is this now? No, I don't need this. Like,
Okay, so
stop
jump to the
doing
next
all of
timestamp.
this.
So the next part is, oh God, poor guy.
Jump to that next timestamp.
The next timestamp
So,
is
I mean,
1 hour and to 101. Okay, here we go. 1 hour.
now, again, what possesses a person?
Yeah.
To do
All
this-
right, you know what?
Hold on a sec. What possesses a person to do this to themselves, where they've just shaved their head? He's almost completely naked. You can see he's like not wearing a shirt, and
Yeah.
in the middle of a ghetto hotel in Fort Lauderdale, a motel that's so bad he's smoking in it, and he's just, I mean. And while he's begging for money, telling us, look at that freeze frame. Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. He can't even focus. His two eyes straight to one eye, up to the other eye.
Obviously, it's hilarious. I just feel like, I mean, my God. Don't you feel, well, you probably don't, but
no, I don't. He did it to
doesn't
himself.
anyone feel bad for the man? Like,
No, they don't. Not at all. So he's doing this completely naked, wasted. He's been going through the stream, literally telling people that he's broke. He's wasted a bunch of money gambling. His bets have all gone wrong. And in the middle of this, he's then going to make this, as if that wasn't all bad enough, he's going to start telling us about this next confession.
okay, here we go. Let's see. Oh, Mersh. Ugh.
But and other projects we've done together.
You know
Jesse
how
decided.
you know how this hotel with these like these blinds like this.
To like photos, like have like somebody Photoshop like my mother's picture on a porn star and scream and send coleslaw to my house. And Dick, in all that time, decided to pay me and Royce combined, I don't know, probably $4,000. $4,000 to do live events and merchandise, like crossover shit and appearances.
This is the first person that has made me not want to smoke anymore. Honestly, I feel dirty now that he's lighting up a fucking cigarette.
Like, is there are there? I mean, how many motels are left that are such flea bags that you can actually smoke inside of it?
Can you imagine though? Like you're just like you're on a road trip with your family, and then this man's outside like in a towel. Like
having a mental breakdown,
doing this, like having a manic episode. He's bald. He's talking to. They're like, "Who are you talking to?" They're like, "Could you please be quiet?" He's like, "No, my fans are here." Like,
I mean, he's in a section of Fort Lauderdale that, like, if he's out walking down the street at night, he's the only white guy. Like, he's in the absolute like. This is as bad as it gets. Hit play, and then you're going to go for another 30 seconds, and then you'll go to the final timestamp for our final.
All right,
our final reveal.
This is why nobody likes you, Jesse. Figure it out. Like, figure it the fuck out. Yeah. We brought Dick on for 15 minutes, and he went, "Do you not know my history with him?" And I'm like, "No, I don't. I'm not a faggot. I don't pay attention to the internet 24/7. And Jesse was so butthurt that
is he talking about Jesse?
He's talking about so Pot Awful has his network has informed him apparently that Mersh is like having a mental breakdown, and of course people start showing up in chat and whatnot. So yeah, now Mersh is talking to like the one person he's talking to is like one troll. So we'll go to the final timestamp. I think it's 102, and we'll play that for 1 minute. We're gonna see the grand reveal, and then that's my
didn't know how
102.
200. Play that for 1 minute, and it's my grand finale. Wait, you gotta
much
make
dick it hurt him. Which when I was he was
Yeah, you're good.
anti-us. See the way you behave, and yeah. But Jesse decided to have somebody Photoshop my
You're at
mother's picture on a porn
you're at
star
an hour. You gotta go ahead
and scream and send
102.
coleslaw to my house.
What's that? What's that? I'm sorry.
You gotta go to 10200. You're at
10200.
Yeah.
House. And Dick, in all that time, decided to pay me and Royce. Hey, between me, and mother's picture on a porn star, and scream and say, hey, between me and Royce.
Forward or backward? Sorry.
Forward. It's 10200.
10200.
Together. And merchandise and other things, like when it came to Rekieta and other projects we've done together. Jesse decided to
Say again.
The alcohol's kicking in. You're having problems with those fine hand movements there. It's okay.
No, it's just I can't. I don't want it to go to a commercial or something.
It's not just. It's 10200. Okay, you're good. You're good. You're good. Yeah, you're good. Just play.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you're right.
Just
Sorry.
hit play.
There we go.
We'll watch this for a little over a minute. That's the grand finale.
Let me flip it around so I can be fair about it. Look at me. Look at me right now. Jesse, I was molested by an adult man. Dick hurt me too when I was younger.
What?
But I went on to create what I could create. And I certainly don't lash out and burn everything to the ground and smear shit on the walls. Every time somebody's wearing a cologne that smells kind of like the person that fucked me in my ass as a kid.
Oh my God! Can I ask you? Doesn't this make you?
Look at that picture. Look at the picture of where his eyes are. The one eye is all the way in the corner, and the other eye is looking right at you.
This is horrific. Doesn't it make you feel sad for him, or you're just like, fuck this guy?
No, I mean, look, that is something that no child should go through. And look, this is honestly, it's a picture of somebody who's got unresolved issues. People never get better from stuff like that. I had a nice, normal childhood. I can't relate, but look, he's clearly been drowning himself in drugs and alcohol for, most of his life at this point, and not confronting his issues. And I hope he chooses to get sober and actually go to counseling and, talk to a professional about what's happened to him. But anyway, we got 20 more seconds, and then that's it.
All right. Let's see what happens.
But here you are, Jeffrey Dahmering it, just slitting the throats and raping anybody that looks like somebody that fucked you when you were a kid. Jesse, get over it. It's gonna be okay, man.
By the way, he's talking about Jesse from Pod Off, correct?
This troll.
I'm sorry. He had the funniest fucking coverage of the whole debacle where Rekieta was red faced and very extremely sexual and romantic relationship. That whole deal. He had the funniest fucking coverage of it. Doesn't seem like a terrible dude. Like, he's this angry with this man. I'm sorry. I can't understand it. I don't know. But
so anyway, that's all I have for you.
Well,
I'm not a professional streamer. I never will be. I try to do something on the fly, and look, we were a little scuffed and whatnot. We're not PPP and Morsky, and we never will be. I'm never going to be 400 pounds. I mean,
Listen, come back anytime. This has been so much fun. Fun and I'm actually still disturbed by the things that you kind of said. You should be. Yeah, I really am. Look, Rekieta's here. He thinks he won. Look at him. He's like, I won. Hi, Rekieta.
Great.
hang
Great.
out with your kids every once in a while.
I think that the public discourse has been, enhanced, and I can't really control what gets found or what people's
That
expectations
isn't-
are, but I can
Yeah.
control what I research and how I research it and what I come up with. And look, if you don't think that what I came up with in terms of redo a healer or what I think is really legal malpractice and aiding and abetting a criminal with the Sophie Long and some other things, hey, you're the internet,
central
whatever you
thesis
want.
is, yeah, I agree with all of that. And now, after you leave, then I'm gonna show you some of
Hey,
Rekieta's
great.
lies.
The only
Yeah.
thing I'd ask is like grade me. Hey, grade me on a curve. If you don't really do live streams, what's the best that you would do?
Are
Would
you
it be better
kidding?
than me?
Well,
I don't
no,
know.
yeah.
Maybe
Are
it
you
would. Maybe
joking?
it wouldn't. I can't say.
You didn't say anything I even like expected you to say. So I'm and believe me, that yeah, I'm gonna have to look back. We we talked a lot and you sent me a lot of things, and then you hit me with a fucking
It's like
I didn't
Thanksgiving.
know
You got
any of
your
that other
you got
stuff. Yeah.
leftovers. You could start. We didn't show Ethan Van Sciver.
Yeah.
Being drunk and hitting on lesbians and doing drugs and then licking a urinal. You got all kinds of leftovers. It's like Thanksgiving. You can play them anytime you want.
That's true. No,
Ethan Van Scammer, not Ethan Van Sciver. We got to say it.
he hasn't been horrific to me or anything. So
Well, that may change.
the gambit's out on that. But I thank you so much for
Hey,
hanging
Thank
out
you.
with us. Yeah.
Thank you. Good luck reading the rest of your super chats.
I'm going to read them and I will send any questions that they have to you, and you'll be like, get out of my face, Keanu. I've spent 4 hours with you. I've done enough. Like, it's over.
Have a good.
Thank you so much. Bye. Oh my God. All right, ladies and gents. I think that was not at all like what I thought that was going to be. Well, not what I knew what it was going to be, but the things he said at the end, I was not at all up on at all. Like he did. That stuff. I don't like that. I don't like the abuse stuff. Freaks me. All of it freaks me out. But like, obviously he can't say it. But that shit comes from somewhere. It did not. It did not come from nowhere. But let me read these and then. Do I do it or do I not do it? Shall I read them or shall I not read them? I don't know. Let's see. I just want to make sure everybody is cool. And we've read all of these. Okay. I know we have read these. Use Dino's mic. And I apologize for the whatchamacallit? The technical difficulties at the in the beginning. I don't want to miss one because sometimes I do that. It isn't. Tiger, I know I didn't read this. Gabe, there is mounting evidence that Ray DeVito was the I-80 killer. Are you willing to investigate? You know what? That would be funny. Very funny. Da 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 da. Bing 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 bing. What have I skipped? La 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 la. He's not on Adderall. He's on Balderall. I mean, it pretty much is like, I don't know. It's sad, really. I don't even. It's like the question, like, what would you like to have happen now? I don't want to sit around and like go, Nick, like fuck him. Like I'm just gonna dedicate my whole life, like people dedicate their lives to steel toe, like just a doofus that wants to talk about golf, or to like say that Nick's like inherently a bad dude. But I think that there's some bad shit going on. And I don't think I'm sorry, I don't think I don't think he's really like learned from anything. I don't think he's coming up with a way to go like, you know what, I fucked up. It's always somebody else's fault. It's the government's fault. Let me just lie and let me just do this. Like, I don't know. That what he just told us was fucking disturbing. So if Nikki Rackets asked about 14-foot ceiling, tell him I can forward it. I saw that. If you're going to pause the video this much, you're going to. Yes, we saw that as well. That's bad fault. I know a guy who had his jaw. That we read that as well. Da, 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 da. La, 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 la. Boring. We apologize. Deuteronomy, thank you for the $10. So your skill set is kind of being an asshole in the face of a bastard or a bitch. If you can somehow find it, will bring good fortune. The interview on Kino was great and in line with what we like. And in line with like what we like. Okay, cute. Amy too. It's past this boomer's bedtime. Can we pick up the pace a little? Thanks. Sorry, guys. Thank you. Sleepy Boomer here. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the $20. 6 hours in, and we're barely at what is a lolcow. At least bring Gino on so he knows someone has a pulse. Listen, I cannot, like, what am I supposed to do? All right. I tried to move it along as best I could, but these are the things that he wanted to get to. Do I agree? I mean, do I agree with every single thing? The thing where it's Cody and Zia like sitting on that stream with him, I think they're just trying to be. I don't know. You know what? I'm not trying to sweep. Let me just say this. I hope it didn't come off like I was trying to sweep, but I don't even think Nick has like I think that's a disturbing thing that he talked about it so much. But maybe even he was just sorry. It's just so weird to me that anybody would think that way or like have some kind of feeling like that. Like I don't even want to think Nick thinks that. It's fucking creepy to me. So maybe I'm being intentionally blind to it. But that thank God for Gabe because he exposed people that probably God, I mean I just can't imagine. I just can't imagine it. I don't know. That's a very heavy topic, and it's rough. But he's right about the tip of the iceberg. But Cody and Zia, I don't know. I don't know so much. Nick, Jay, 6 hours in. So we have a little cow, blah blah blah. He moves. Thank you for the $20. Let's ask Gabe about Evan Henzy. Yes. I think he explained that, but thank you. Permaseal, thank you for the $19.99. Dino, shut up. The mics, you had one job. He did. He probably tripped over my cord. You are Keanu's glass ceiling. Better hope she doesn't find a man who can provide her 14-foot ceilings. I love a tall ceiling. Jay Khan, thank you for the $5. Why are you forgetting the part about where Alyssa Clips had an affair with Sophie? Had wrecked Michael's marriage. I don't know what that means, but her Cash App and Venmo and donation thing is at the bottom. Please donate to her. She's a good gal, and She's having a health scare. So massive L Gabe. Next time go on a proper stream. Oh, that's rude. Massive L Gabe. Rude. Mike is contentious. Thank you for the $20. The director of the X-Men Apocalypse. What's the name listed? 2018. It sucks so they didn't bring him back. He was a degenerate. Welcome back by Hollywood. You accomplished nothing. Nick is scum. Now release your hard drive. That had a lot in it. And thank you for that. Bill Cooper, thank you for the $2. Send a link to Rekieta. Bring him on. I would. I would in a second. Should I try? He won't. Oh, I forgot he blocked me. I would. Nicky boy, you want to come on? Nick admitted choke slam for no reason. Unbelievable. Very specific. The other thing is ugh, God, it triggers me a little bit. I hate that word, but the weirdness with Kayla and the fucking shower thing. I did not like that. Alias unknown. Thank you for the $2. Please tell me that was an appetizer, not the entree. Yeah. Okay. And I'm sorry we didn't read all of these yet. Shout out to Doom, WATPNLOTSN, Tukey, Cardiff, OJ, Blind Mike, Wee, Gabe equals boring, controlling. Okay. Well, he's not a professional streamer, right? And there was a lot. But we got to it as much as we could. Helgi, thank you for the $5. Our children and our children's children will never understand the torment we as chat have suffered through here tonight. Helgi, we apologize. CEDA Loather, thank you for the $20. Gabe, have you come across anything that suggests Rekieta physically? Oh, yep, we read that one, and he said no. Or I don't remember what he said. He said a lot. So, Anon says, thank you for the $15. Nick Rackets being a fan of redo of Healer is nuts. Dude is gross, man. It's just SA, the anime, like some kind of anime open secret cartoon where where's even Henzi when you need him. It doesn't seem like a good thing. It creeps me out so much that it's like I can't even fathom it. I don't know. But at the same time, I'm like, are they just trying to be fucking edgy with those jokes in that clip? But this is the problem. I don't know. Ugh. I don't know. Tell them they're dreaming. Just an FYI, Alyssa helped Michael Long far more than Nick. Alyssa likes the magic sand a lot. Can you jiggle your hedge fund teacups for Gino, please, Gabe? Very funny. Helgi, thank you for the $2. Awesome reveal, Gabe. Listen, he's an investigative journalist. This is what he revealed. I actually didn't even think he was going to really say that. I don't know. I'm wondering, should I reveal what I have to reveal? Or save it? Maybe I'll save it. God, I have much to reveal. Oh my God, I would blow your minds. That's what I thought we were doing. I'm like, okay, you don't really do much there. As disturbing as it was. Y'all tell me. I don't know. Oh boy. Put a 1 in the chat if I shall. Put a 2 in the chat if you're like, save it for another day, Kiki. He was like, you don't have the clip ready, whatever. Yes, we spent a lot of time on different things, but his central thesis was that these are the reasons. Interesting. Very interesting. La 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 la. But Gabe, Nick never lies. He never lies. I can't believe I haven't even read all of these. This is so much fun.
We were in a sexual and very romantic relationship for a long time.
Alias unknown. Thank you for the $2. This is so bad. You convinced me. Singer's innocent. Oh no. That's not right. Thank you for the $10. I'm going to. Oh, we read that. Thank you, Rekieta. Thank you, Push Up. Stop the conjecture. Impossible legal. That's conjecture and possible legal slander. Don't know what it means, but we love you, Push Up. I've seen reverse mortgage commercials more entertaining than put you in there. Well, then maybe I'll just listen. Is Gabe on Nick's payroll? Alyssa literally had an Sophie Long's dad. Now I'm going to find out about that derp. Don't know what that means. Again, listen, kids. I don't know about the internet lore. Poor skunk. The imprisoned dog seems like a mercy in comparison. What a piece of shit. Thanks, Gabe and Keanu. That is fucking terrible. You're right. Somehow I understand Kevin Brennan now being exhausted of which I love. That's why I like to keep up with them as they come along, but we had a whole like system. Not a Nick fan, but this was not info for 99% of us. Now, if Keanu shares more texts, that would be something we haven't seen. Oh, well. I don't know. Now maybe I don't know. You would have to tell me what to do. Maybe I'll save it for Yeah, that didn't that felt more like Gabe was like, I want to come on a live stream, and what he revealed from his investigative journalism was fine, and but it was also disturbing and horrific. But it also felt like, okay, let's I wanna get back at these people that have been mean to me on the internet too. I'm not talking about Rekieta and the stuff that he investigated, but it's just like people that have tweeted at him or what have you. We'll see. We don't know. We don't know, ladies and gentlemen. Nick Rekieta made Israel bang bang and big sad. Needs to be stopped. Maybe I'll give you one bombshell text tonight. I don't know. God, I feel like I have to reveal something. Even though wasn't that like fucking like disturbing what he said after 4 hours at least? CECA Lother, thank you, $5. Kiki, your live viewers went down from 2K to 1.5. You had an opportunity and you blew it hard. Can you just cut down on the interruptions? I interrupted? Well, all right. Thank you for the note. Biggest fan problem in the universe. $10. Thank you. Would Gabe do redo of Healer if it would prevent the Holocaust? Thank God he left. What? Please. It's rude. Don't be rude to my guests. Did Kiki influence Iran? We need transparency. I don't know what it means, but thank you. It can't be good. The Bad Luck Boys, thank you for the $5. Why did Gabe send lawyers to threaten even Henzi, the victim profiled in his film? Why does the director hate him too? He explained that to me on the phone, actually, but you would have had to pay $20 for him to answer that question. As far as I know, God, you know what? I don't want to put words in his. So I won't. We won't even do it. Okay. And thank you everyone for still hanging out with us. And I know it's been a little bit haphazard and a little bit whatchamacallit. It's been a rabble rousing time. Disturbing, but maybe not even I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with every single thing, but I do agree with oh man. I'm gonna have to sleep on it and fucking think about like God, yeah. Terrifying stuff. I don't like it. And I don't know. Right. Thank you for the $20. Why does Gabe fear the hand of justice that will rain down legally from the powerful fists of the Gator Gamer EBUH? He has the power of God and anime on his side. You days are numbered, Gabe. Your days are numbered, Gabe. Consider your ass this fork. You guys are violent. No wonder he had to leave. I thought, Brennan. This stream was not entertaining, so make up for it, or I'll be heading to the comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas, June 27th to 29th. See comedian Rich Boss. Well, that's very good. Very good. Beloved chatter, thank you for the $5. Same kids who had no idea their parents were high all the time could tell with their perfect accuracy the nanny got drunk sometimes in her bed. Right. Thank you. Love you, beloved chatter. Push-ups, thank you for the $2. Gabe lost me with the conjecture about Cody. See? Yeah, I go like, I don't know. I'm not going to lie to you. I have bias because like I know that I don't know him well, but like come on. Yeah. It's gross. Maybe they were trying to be edgy. I don't even Rekieta brought it up a lot, and that is a way to make that seem bad, but I'm not like I don't know. It's gross. It's bizarre. But yeah, I can't. I watched it. I'm like, are we really gonna bring this up? He's like, no, just keep going. It's a hefty fucking. That's a little. That was a little bizarre. Yeah, I agree with you. Push ups a little bit there. Interesting. Coyote, Nevada. Thank you for the $1.99 So cute, Kiki. Am I cute? Wee. Thank you for the 199. Love in an elevator. It's also not another story I'm up on, even though I keep hearing about it. Yuck. Helgi, thank you for the $2. This is Stockholm Syndrome nightmare. We're not even caught up. I love this. This is great. Thank you so much for all of the super chats. Thanks, Gabe, and thanks, Keanu, supporting Alyssa Clips. Yes, please donate to her. She's having a health scare, and I am praying for it. That's why I'm calling it a health scare, because I've spoken with her. In my heart of hearts, I refuse to think that I think she's going to be fine. She's beautiful and smart, and I'm sending her love and light. But again, if you could donate to her, it's right down there at the bottom of the screen. So here's EVS. He didn't have much for you to work with, but you were good anyhow. Nice job. Oh, thank you, Ethan. I shouldn't have read that aloud. Not much. You know what? I could have done this, and I will. I am going to gatekeep this from you. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to read the, well, all right, maybe I'll read one of them, but I mean, like, there's not much to, like, okay, you did some investigating and whatever. It was disturbing what he said about the, kids in the Kayla stuff, but I don't know. We'll see. We don't know. $5. Thank you, push-ups. So Gabe came on here to talk about stuff he thinks happened, not even stuff people told him, but stuff he assumes from other stuff. What is this nut job? I know, and he was very like, we sleep ready. I mean, he sent me a million things. God damn, if I wanted to blow it up, Jesus Christ, I could have just done this on my own. I will do it. We're getting exhausted though. Thank you, Coyote. Thank you. Just the tip. Dicky, Mr. Me, thank you for the $2. You better read my shit, dog. What a brother got to do, G. What a brother got to do, G. Quit smoking? Never. I'm gonna smoke right now. You said it. Isn't sexual violence hilarious? You have no principles. Who said that was hilarious? Whatsoever. Are you kidding? I defy you. I don't know. Where did that happen? The news channel. Ding! Wee! Nice job defending Cody. Not. You suck. Listen, I don't know him that well, but I have a heart. Excuse me for my bias, but I'm a human being, and I think he was trying to be edgy. I think that was like a little bit much. Listen, and I know Zia very well, and she was just probably trying. They don't sit around and watch it all day. I don't even think. Yeah, Rekieta probably talks about it too much, but okay. Ugh, it's gross and it's weird, and it. But again, I don't know what to say about that. How am I supposed to defend him? I don't know him that well. The tip of the iceberg. Ugh. Okay. Nick clearly just thinks the anime is absurd like Cody shares, the absurdity with others for laughs. To suggest anything otherwise is disingenuous. From an outsider's perspective, yeah. I mean, I guess. Spill some tea. We deserve it after 4 hours of nothing burgers. Spill it while you have the huge audience. No, maybe I'll make you come back. You wasted all of our time tonight. Read the texts. It's not my fault. Okay, light up. I will. Or should I? I don't know what to do. Anon says, thank you for the $5. You cute. I'd like to hold your hand on the beach and marry you if you're free this weekend and got nothing else to do. Maybe play Burnout 2. I don't know. Is that a video game? Thank you. Oh my gosh. The bit about Marsh at the end, you had a good laugh. Oh. No. When? I'm sorry. There was a lot. No one laughs at these things. It was a lot going on. All right. And he mentioned he was not a professional streamer. However, I could blow up. Oof. Woof. Maybe you're just going to have to. You know what? I am. You want some real tea? That's what I thought we were going to probably get to. That was like something that we didn't. I mean, it was pretty good, and he investigated and he spoke to, sources and things, but that's not something anybody else couldn't have done. I think this was more Some of it was disturbing. Some of it was actually all of it was disturbing, but nothing that not like a huge amount of what we already all assumed, I suppose. So yeah. Tell me when I will do a when am I gonna do this stream? Let's hang out together. Let's dish. Let's think. When will I do this? I'll get to my bombshells on a later stream. How about that? Right? I'm not an investigative journalist, but I do know the human beings involved, and I do have messages from them. And maybe we'll just, that's what we're going to do. We'll just go through them all. I plan to get to them, but I'm sorry. I do apologize. I felt that he really needed to get to the points of what he was trying to convey. And I don't really I don't agree with all of it though. Interesting. Very interesting. Out of the day. Also, I don't like looking at Mersh like that. That made me sad. And have a drink. I am. Hello. We're cooling our heels now. Listen, guys. Hi, Ashley. Hi. Bing, bing, bing. What? All of you. Gabe explicitly ended on. Oh, to laugh at it. That's terrible. Yeah. I didn't like that. I didn't know what I was fucking. I'm like. I think here's my thing. I think that maybe he had. It's like. I'll go on her show, and here's the things I want to get out of my system, which really had nothing to do with like the stuff that we were actually looking forward to. I'll give you all that. Yeah. Interesting. Sad. And like never really had a problem with first. I don't know him well. All Gino and I hear is like, I don't know, he's having a hard time. He's waving a gun around, talking about Gino. We don't know. Doesn't seem good. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. John Dalton. You're being all cute, but this sucks. Read texts. No. How about this? Just because of that, you'll have to come back next time. Not gonna do it. I'll do an entire stream about it. That's what I thought we were going to get to. I'm like, oh my gosh, we're gonna go ahead and do this whole deal. But no. We refuse. What am I gonna do? My God, yeah, honestly, Jesus Christ. Could have. We could have had a whole moment, but I thought showing text without permission was bad. I never said that, Chad Buzimoff. Keep on going. Do you think that went well? As well as it could have gone. What shall I have done? Cut him off and be like, yeah, okay, this is enough. I think it went well. You all made peaky bucks. What do you think, Eugene? Yeah, I'm gonna save this. I am. I'm gonna gatekeep it. I'm gonna gatekeep it for a stream another day, because that's what I thought we were going to do. But I do want to thank Gabe. That was very nice of him to come and give us his findings and things. But I think it was more cathartic for him when I'm thinking of it. Right? Am I wrong? I mean, I don't know. You have to tell me. Am I wrong? I maybe it's like just something he needed to get out of his system. A lot of it, because not all of it needed to be said, right? It's like, let's just get to the point. But what am I supposed to do, right? So I'm going to gatekeep the bombshells I had. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have the length of one more cigarette with me, and then I'm out of here. But oh, we love you. No, you don't. You do. You don't. What he said was disturbing. Some things that he sort of found out, but he couldn't really give us anything. Yeah, sort of a nothing. Sad. Well, sad what he said, if true, but he was just a nut job spurging out. He was very controlling too. like nope, just pull it up. This thing or whatever. Like, okay, I know. I'm not even talking shit about him. I mean, like, Interesting. All right, well, tune in next time, because I will definitely. All right, I'll do my own version of this. If you want the bombshells. Looking forward to it. I would have Ashley Cummings on very soon as well. We've garnered a friendship. I just saw her in the Thanks for the $2. We tuned in to your new info. Nothing. You duped us. Listen, not my fault. Well, now, I mean, like, now I have to really impress you. I thought that was going to be like something really cool. Not cool, but interesting. I didn't ask him to come on. He asked me. You want something really cool, then all right. Yeah. I'll put together an episode for you. I'll do it by myself. And I do apologize, but maybe that guy just needed to get it out of his system. When are you gonna go on the toe and spill? No, I'll do it on my own show. That's what we're gonna do. For sure. Ladies and gents. Great job. I know, I can't tell. Well, thank you everyone for hanging out with us. I'm gonna be thinking about this like, what was that? It's been 5 hours and I still don't know what happened. A bit of a, yeah. We're sitting here thinking about it. We're sitting, yeah, right, a little bit of a disappointment, but we'll see. We'll see. I will get to what I wanted to do. On a stream this week, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Alyssa Clip down here at the bottom. Donate to her. She's having a health scare. She will be okay. I am putting it in the atmosphere. She will be okay. But donate to her. Thank you for all of the super chats and hanging out with us this evening. Blowjobs, love you, Kiki. Get some sleep. I am. I'll be thinking about this for like 8 hours going, what? I wonder what I learned. What did I learn? Did I learn anything? I don't know. I certainly don't know. But you guys, what I do know is Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, thank you so much. Beg, 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 shake, shake, shake. Nick, Rekieta, we want you to be okay. We want you to be not sitting on the internet all day long and, not freaking out. And what else do I want? I want Eugene to. What do I want? I want Eugene to. I want everyone to subscribe to Eugene's Rumble. Visconti on Rumble, where you can find us there. And Keanu up on Instagram and all of the places. Instagram and X, and that's where you can find our comedy dates, ladies and gentlemen. I love you all. You guys are the eel's hips, the cat's pajamas, and the bee's knees. I promise you, I will give you a bigger bombshell. I could have done it on my own. Good, for Christ's sake, we spent 5 hours for nothing. But I could have given you it on my own. So I will be doing that eventually, but not now. I can't. I don't have the brain power at this moment in time. So you guys are the eel's hips, the cat's pajamas, and the bee's knees. Kiki out.